The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Robert Cummings. Tonight's story, Going Up.
Going up. This elevator stops at all floors. Going up.
Tonight, we'd like to bring you the story of the man who made the words, going up, a part of America. It all started in the middle of the 1800s with a young man named Elisha Graves Otis. It was a bright, sunny day when Elisha arrived in Yonkers, New York, with his wife and family. Together, he and Betsy climbed the stairs to their new home.
Maybe you'd better rest a moment, dear.
No, Elisha. I wish you wouldn't treat me like an old lady. I'm only 27.
Now, Betsy, you
All right,
know
I'm
you...
28.
Well, there's still one more flight. Oh, Betsy, it's got a wonderful living room. Why, you can see the river.
Oh,
and beyond...
darling, I do wish you'd stop worrying until I see it. I know it's going to be just wonderful.
All right. Well, here we are.
We'll open the door. Now pick me up.
What?
Pick me up.
Oh, now, Betsy, we've got children. What'll people think if I carry you across the threshold like a bride?
I always want to be your bride, Elisha. Come on, pick me up.
Oh, all right, then. My, Mrs. Otis, you're putting on weight, aren't you?
That's a fine thing to say to your bride. Now carry me in. That's it.
Betsy, you do like it, don't you?
It's quite the most comfortable place I've ever been in.
This is the living room. And
I was
here's
talking about your arms. You can put me down now, darling.
Oh, now, Betsy, be serious.
All right, where's the kitchen?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't very big.
It'll do just fine.
Betsy, this time things will be different. All my life I've been looking for a position like the one I've got now.
We can put the couch near the window.
Oh, and there's a great future in the bedstead-making business,
And
dear.
hi, boy.
Betsy, you're not listening to me. Will you please listen?
I'm listening. I'm listening, darling.
Yes, but you don't believe me, do you?
Elisha, I just don't want you to be disappointed again.
But this time it's going to be different. Honey, why, these two rooms, we'll laugh at them in a couple of years. I can see myself now becoming Mr. Mays's indispensable man. I can see him coming to me and saying, Elisha, without you, this business would never have grown. And Betsy, I'll grow with it. No more wandering, no more drifting, no more temporary homes.
Have I ever objected?
Oh, Betsy, I don't know why you've put up with me so long. I'm very grateful, but I just don't know why you have.
I do.
Why?
Because I love you so.
Come in.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Mays?
Oh, Otis, come in, come in. Here, sit down. Here, have a cigar.
A cigar?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, light?
No, thanks, sir. I'll just save it until later.
Hey, Otis, that reminds me, that lathe you invented, I was talking to some of the boys about it. Showed them what it did for our business, and they turned green. Green, Otis, positively green.
Well, business has been good then.
Oh, good. Oh, it's been phenomenal. And it's going to get better.
Yes, sir.
You know, that's what I like about you, Otis. You aren't just an inventor, a dreamer. You get a grasp on things. I like a man who gets a grasp on things. Here, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
It reminds me, we're expanding. You know that building at the foot of Vark Street?
Yes, sir.
Well, I can get the whole thing for a song. It's perfect for what I need, except for one thing.
What's that, sir?
It's the hoist in the building. It's cumbersome, slow, and it's dangerous. I need it to haul lumber all the way up to the 4th floor, and the thing will never do.
Perhaps if I looked at it...
You're going to have to pay a man triple wages to ride the thing.
Maybe I can do something to make the hoist safe, sir.
Oh, Otis, you are a dreamer. You'll never be able to make a safe elevator. Just make it a little less dangerous. That's all we ask now.
I might have to build a new one.
Yeah. Well, you really think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. I'll tell you what you do. Take off a few days. Think it out. And then let me know what you come up with.
Fine. I'll be in touch with you, sir.
Fine, fine. Oh, I say, Otis.
Yes, sir?
I hate to bother you, but you don't happen to have an extra cigar, do you?
Anybody home?
Elisha?
What a beautiful day. Most beautiful day I've ever seen.
It rained all afternoon.
I did.
Now, supposing you wipe that Cheshire grin off your face and tell me what's on your mind.
My mind? There's nothing on my mind. Why?
Something's happened. I know it has. Come on, tell me.
Well, Mrs. Otis, I had a long conversation with Mr. Mays this afternoon.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Elisha, he said to me, Elisha, have a cigar.
You didn't take it.
Of course I took it.
Well, you don't smoke.
I know that.
Oh, Elisha, don't keep me in suspense.
Well, we talked about the lathe I invented.
And what did he say?
Well, because of that lathe your husband invented, Mrs. Otis, our company is being forced to move to a much larger factory.
Oh, darling, darling, that's wonderful.
Of course, there's one small little problem he wants me to solve. You see, there's a hoist in the building, but it's not safe. So I told Mr. Mays I'd invent a safe elevator for him right away.
You what?
Sure. It's quite simple. I think.
And just when are you going to invent this hoist?
Huh? Oh, why, as soon as I can think the thing out. A lot of problems, Betsy, a lot of problems.
That's good.
What do you mean that's good?
Well, for a minute, I thought you were going to invent it before dinner.
The main problem, Betsy, is the hoist rope. Gosh, it just won't stand the strain.
Elisha, you've done nothing but eat and sleep hoist for 3 weeks.
Yes, and I've read books. Betsy, don't forget, I've read almost 100 books, and there isn't even an inkling as to the answer.
It's past 10 o'clock. Don't you think you could put out the candles so we could get some sleep?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. There. I can think in the dark.
I do wish you'd try to get some sleep.
I'll try. Good night, Betsy.
No kiss? Good night, Elisha.
Betsy! Betsy, wake up!
What's wrong, Elisha?
Betsy, I've solved it. I've solved it. I've been working on the wrong angle. Now, supposing the cable wasn't the answer at all. Supposing I put a wagon spring in the side of the car to work the ratchets automatically when the cable snapped.
Well, I just am afraid I don't understand what a ratchet is, dear.
Oh, darling, it's very simple. I'll explain it to you. You see, a ratchet is when you take it, well, it's what I'm going to use to make the elevator safe. Pile that lumber on, Fred. Man, that elevator can handle 3 times that weight. How many months does it have to be in operation before you men realize that?
Mr. Otis, I don't like to bother you, sir, but Mr. Mays wants to see you in his office.
Oh, all right. I got to check with Mr. Mays, Fred. Be back in a minute.
Come in.
Do you want to see me, Mr. Mays?
Sit down, Otis.
You look a little tired, sir.
Yeah, I am tired.
I was just inspecting the elevator, sir. It's working much better than we'd even hoped.
It's an amazing job, Otis. Frankly, I didn't believe that anyone could invent a hoist that would really be safe.
Well, thank you, sir.
Otis, I'm sure you know that business has fallen off.
Oh, yes, sir, but general conditions have been rather bad, sir.
Yeah. You have a wonderful gift of understatement.
Well, is the company in trouble, sir?
I'm sure that you'll be able to find other employment.
Other employment?
I haven't told the others yet, Otis. You're the first.
You mean you're laying me off, sir? I mean, well, I'll cut my wages if it'll help you, sir.
I appreciate the gesture, Otis, but I'm afraid it isn't just a matter of laying off. I've been forced against the wall. Just can't meet the notes. Overexpanded, I expect, but... Well, no matter the cause. The company is filing bankruptcy.
Bankruptcy?
Bankruptcy. Cleaned out, Otis. This may surprise you, but... well, I can't even offer you a cigar.
Happy birthday to you. No,
Don't shout it. Sing it.
But I thought you were supposed to say it loud.
Oh, I wonder what's keeping your father. He should have been here an hour ago. All right, now, let's try it again,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
That's it.
Happy birthday,
Oh, that's a little high.
dear Papa. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, what a voice.
Mama, tell him to stop teasing me.
Oh, shh. Wait a minute. It's your father. Oh, here, hold the cake, Norton. And remember, just as soon as he opens the door, we all sing together. Now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Elisha, you all right?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, dear. I was
Run off to
walking
bed,
around.
children.
But I'm hungry.
No, you get ready for bed, and I'll bring you your dinner. Help your brother, Charles.
Come along, Norton.
Elisha,
Yes, dear.
I kept the boys up till now. It's your birthday.
Darling, I've been... My birthday?
Mm.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Betsy. I forgot.
That's all right. Where have you been?
It was so nice out. I just walked around. I forgot all about the time. Come on, call the boys out. We'll have the party.
Elisha, I'm your wife. You can't fool me.
I was afraid to come home, Betsy.
You were afraid to come home to me?
I was ashamed.
Sit down, dear. Tell me.
It's funny, isn't it? We were right here in this same part of the room when I made my grand speech. All the things I was going to do for you and the children. How proud I was going to make you of your husband.
I am proud of you, Elisha.
You won't be.
Tell me.
Well, Mr. Mays called me in to see him. But it wasn't to talk about the lathe or the elevator or anything like that. It was to tell me that the company is going bankrupt.
Bankrupt? Oh, Elisha, I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Oh, Betsy, do you realize what this means? I'm out of a job. We have no money. We have no future. No place to go. Betsy, accept my apologies for being such a poor provider. For being such a failure.
You're tired, Elisha.
Yes, I'm so tired. Oh, Betsy, what are we going to do? We have nothing. Nothing.
We have each other.
Dear Betsy. Dear unselfish Betsy. You give so much, and I give so little.
Listening to the Cavalcade of America, starring Robert Cummings with Judy Parrish. Sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Makers of better things for better living through chemistry. And now, a word from Bill Hamilton.
When you think of the uses of nylon in your home, you probably think of clothing, slipcovers, draperies, and other fabrics woven from this DuPont-made fiber. But DuPont nylon as a plastic contributes much to your daily living, too. Gears in your electric food mixers, the tiny connecting rod in an electric shaver, drapery slides, and in literally hundreds of other small mechanical parts. Every one of the better-known makes of household refrigerators has molded nylon parts. Every automobile made today has one or more nylon parts. As a fiber and as a plastic, nylon serves you well as one of DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry.
Tonight on the Cavalcade of America, Robert Cummings is starring as Elisha Graves Otis with Judith Parrish as Betsy. With the Depression, Elisha Otis found himself without a job. For months, he walked the streets of New York, but no one was hiring. So finally, even though his heart wasn't in it, Elisha Graves Otis and family were again on the move.
What do you want me to pack this, Betsy?
Huh? Oh, put it in the trunk. We won't need it till we arrive. They say the weather in California is just marvelous. Outside of a little rain, it's just a parrot. You're not happy, are you?
Does it show that much?
I'm afraid it does.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I feel I'm burying my dreams. Well, at least I'm going to bury them in a golden graveyard. What's that? You expecting someone?
No, I said goodbye to everyone this morning.
Yes?
I'm looking for Otis.
My name is Otis.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you going to invite me in, or aren't you?
Of course, yes. Come in. Come in.
Thank you. My name is Newhouse, Benjamin Newhouse of New York.
Oh, how do you, this is my wife.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Yes. 4 flights. It's some climb for a man of my weight.
Well, Mr. Newhouse, I'll tell you what I'll do. Next time you come to visit us, I'll have an elevator installed here for you.
Well, that's exactly why I called. Yes. Mr. Otis, I own a picture frame factory and cabinet shop in New York. 6 months ago, I had a very deplorable accident in my factory. The cable on my elevator broke, and 2 men were killed.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, sir, but I'm afraid I don't know what I can do about it.
You can build me 2 elevators, and not 2 ordinary elevators either. I want 2 of those Otis safety elevators.
I'm sorry, Mr. Newhouse, but I'm not in the elevator business. In fact, I've never really been in the elevator business.
Why not?
Oh, Mr. Newhouse, it's not that easy. It takes money to start a business like that.
Well, what do you think banks are for? Borrow it. You've already got 1 order. I can guarantee that. Any bank can see there's a future to a business like that. It's a sound investment, man.
Say, he's right, Betsy. I could do it. I know I could.
Of course you can. And I shall be happy to place the first order with the Otis Elevator Company.
Mr. Newhouse, with the Otis Safety Elevator Company.
Elisha, champagne. Oh, don't you think you're being a little extravagant?
Well, Mrs. Otis, it isn't often that I have the extreme pleasure of dining alone with my wife in New York's most famous restaurant.
But the prices are so high.
Oh, who cares about the prices? This is an occasion, Betsy. This afternoon, we finished the Newhouse job.
Well, I think I'd feel a lot happier if you had some more orders.
Oh, they'll come, Betsy. They'll come faster than I can handle them. Just you wait and see. Why, within a year, we'll probably have to move to a bigger building.
I hope so.
Now, come on, drink up your champagne. Let's dance,
Dance?
Why not?
Because you don't know how to dance.
No, well, I don't know how to smoke cigars either, but I never turn them down. It should have been so easy. So very, very easy.
Were you saying something, dear?
What? Oh, no, I was just talking to myself. Children in bed?
Finally. Darling, you look worried.
I am. Oh, Betsy, I'm tired of swimming against the tide. Nobody wants elevators. Nobody's interested in elevators, no matter how safe they are. All these months and not one single order.
I don't understand it. You build the only safe elevator in the country.
In the world. But outside of my family, it seems to be a well-kept secret.
Elisha, if I thought that you'd lost faith...
Faith? Betsy, I wish I could tell you about the things I dream. Big cities, buildings 15 stories high with towers that pierce the clouds. 15, did I say? Betsy, I picture buildings 20 stories high. A whole new world. But I just can't get anyone else to see it.
Then it's up to you to make them see it.
It isn't that simple.
Well, I didn't say it was going to be simple. I just said it's up to you to open their eyes. Think of something different. Well, I don't know what, but something.
Something different?
Well, you say people don't want elevators. Well, how can they, Elisha? Maybe they don't know about them. You know about them. Mr. Newhouse knows, but...
Something different. Something so spectacular that the eyes of the world can be opened.
I wish I could help you.
But you have, darling, you have. Where's the evening paper?
I think you're sitting on it.
Oh, so I am. Now, where did I see that article? No, it's not on page 3.
What are you muttering about?
Here it is. Now, listen to this, Betsy. This summer at the Crystal Palace, New York City is going to be honored with the annual American Institute Fair. All the latest improvements in modern living and so forth and so on.
I'm afraid I don't understand,
Darling, there are
Elisha.
going to be thousands and thousands of people there. Thousands upon thousands. And I'm going to do something to entertain them.
Well, what?
That's something different you suggested. I'm going to build an elevator 40 feet high right at the entrance of the fair.
Yes. It should be quite a sight.
Oh, it'll be the most amazing thing at the fair. People will come from all over the country, and when they leave the fair, they're going back with the name of Elisha Graves Otis on their lips. And do you know why?
Because you built the elevator?
Because I built the elevator. And because I'm going to ride that elevator to the top. And when I get to the top, I'll make them open their eyes.
Get your programs to the fair here. Get your souvenir programs, folks. Know the locations of all the wonderful eye-opening exhibitions found on the Midway. Yes. You can't afford to be without one. Only 10 cents. The old palace, the old palace.
You're not going to do it, Elisha. You can't.
I must, Betsy. We've had this out 1,000 times. How else can I prove the elevator is safe?
But to ride all the way up and then cut the cable.
But it's safe. It's an Otis safety elevator. Betsy, you yourself said I had to do something different. Something that would make them sit up and take notice.
Well, I didn't mean you should kill yourself.
Well, it's 2 o'clock, Betsy. They're all waiting. I've got to do it.
Please, Elisha, for my sake and the boys, please.
Believe me, Betsy, I'm doing this for you and the boys. Maybe you'd better go over and sit on the bench there,
Well, I won't be able to look. I won't.
Oh, have faith, Betsy, please.
In what?
In me. Just have faith in me. Now, I've got to get over there. Have faith in me.
Elisha!
All right, folks, step right over this way. Step over this way for the most spectacular feat of the fair. Mr. Otis and his elevator. Step over this way, folks. Over this way.
There he is. That's Otis getting on the elevator.
The program says he's going up 4 floors and then cut the roof.
I bet he doesn't ride it. It's a fake elevator.
Nobody but a fool would go up 4 stories and take a drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I have your attention? You have all heard it said that there is nothing new under the sun. Well, I stand before you now in the car of an Otis safety elevator to disprove that statement. Now, what happens today will prove to you that there can be a great and a new world ahead of us. A new world, ladies and gentlemen, where the cities of men will reach up to touch the clouds. All right, Fred, pull me up.
Oh, he's really going up. Will he actually cut the cable? Well, somebody ought to stop him.
I am now at 10 feet, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm still going up. Going up because that is the only direction that the future will take. I am now exactly 20 feet.
Oh, no.
Fred, what you are about to see is the future shaped before your very eyes. Higher, Fred, higher.
This is suicide, I tell you, suicide.
I don't care what anybody says. That man has courage. She's crazy, that's what
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now at 40 feet. At the top of this elevator, 4 full stories above you. I am now about to try an experiment that will once and for all times prove what I've been telling you here today. Now, this is not just an ordinary elevator. It is a safe elevator. Remember that. And now, in exactly 5 seconds, I shall cut the cable.
There are women and children down here, Otis! They don't want to see a man kill himself.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I cut the cable.
Did you see that? It only dropped 1.5 feet.
Congratulations, Mr. Otis.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me through to my wife, will you please?
I always knew you could do it, Mr. Otis. Congratulations.
Thank you. Betsy.
Oh, Elisha, you're safe. Oh, let me look at you. You're a brave man, Mr. Otis.
Oh,
a very brave
no
man.
more dangers than crossing the street or taking a bath.
Elisha!
Oh, darling, I'm sorry.
Through here, please. I say, let me through, please. Thank you. Mr. Otis?
Yes, sir?
Sir, I'd like to speak to you.
Well, at your service, sir.
My name is Kavanaugh. Charles Kavanaugh, Kavanaugh Mills Incorporated. I'm mighty interested in your elevator.
Well, I thank you for your interest, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Really safe, you say?
Well, you saw it with your own eyes, sir.
So I did. And I might say that, well, I'm more than just interested. I was wondering if I could call at your office, say tomorrow morning around 9.
Well, I'll certainly be there.
I've got 5 mills in Virginia, and I'd like 1 elevator installed in every mill.
5?
That's right, 5. Well, I'll see you at 9 in the morning.
Oh, Elisha, your idea's a success already. An order for 5 elevators. Think of that. Elijah. Oh, people are looking at us.
I know.
Well, you're kissing me.
Mm-hmm. And it's much more fun than riding an elevator.
Manhattan's skyline, Chicago's loop, San Francisco's towers. These are the monuments to the genius of Elisha Otis, whose engineering skill inspired the vertical cities of today. Robert Cummings and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story, Going Up. And now, Bill Hamilton speaking for the DuPont Company.
What happens when a large industry builds a plant in or near a small community? Is it good for everyone concerned? Well, in the case of Towanda, Pennsylvania, we have one answer to that question. Towanda used to be a farming town. Today, it has a DuPont plant making X-ray screens and television phosphors, and another plant owned by Sylvania Electric Products. Local citizens will tell you what effect these plants have had on their town. Wesley Perry, automobile dealer, says, I started out in 1937 with 6 employees and a rented garage. Now I have 19 employees and a place of my own. My customers are both farmers and industrial workers. Leo Rockwell, who's built 16 houses in 2 years and plans to build more, says, industry is purely the reason for it. My development is within walking distance of both the DuPont and the Sylvania plants. And then there's Bernard C. Wolfe, president of the First National Bank. He adds, industry has raised the wage level all over town. I believe in the long run, almost everyone will have a higher living standard as a result. Well, now, the DuPont plant in Towanda is not large. It normally employs about 100 people. Even so, its payroll last year amounted to about $400,000. Over a 12-month period, $80,000 more went to local firms for goods and services. DuPont is happy to be in Towanda, and the people in and around Towanda seem to be happy with DuPont as a neighbor. This is the pattern of America's industrial future, with folks strolling home from work to bright gardens and nodding trees. And we are happy indeed to have helped to create such a future with our DuPont Better Things for Better Living through chemistry.
Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present John Lund and Walter Hamden in An American from France. Be sure to listen. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade was written by David Harmon. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. In tonight's cast, you heard Robert Cummings starring as Elisha Otis. Judith Parrish was featured as Betsy. Fred Irving Lewis was Mays, and Henry Calvin was Newhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, April has been designated as Cancer Control Month. Wholehearted public support is needed if more lives are to be saved. Send your contributions to the Cancer Fund. This is Cy Harris speaking.
Don't forget next week, our stars, John Lund and Walter Hamden. The Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Belasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, it's Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
Yes, Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Phil Silvers in The Swift Rise of Eddie Albright, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant. As Roma Wines bring you Phil Silvers in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
Up car, please. Good morning, Mr. Griffin.
Oh, good morning.
Step back in the car, please. Well, good morning, Miss Wainwright.
Good morning, Edward.
Take it away, Eddie.
That's all, please. Watch the doors, please.
3, please.
Fourth floor.
Well, that's the way it is with me all day long, see. I got my ups and downs, like they say. But I like it that way, see? Because I'm not going to be doing this forever. I'm not even going to be doing it very much longer at all. Because I got my eye on a job as assistant to Mr. Garvey, the building manager. And the way I handle my car and my customers, I'm a cinch to get it. In fact, I am so much a cinch that I have told Millie that that's what I am already. Millie is the manicurist at the Elite Barber Shop down on Lexington. And 3-4 times a week on my off hour, I jump out of my uniform and into my street clothes and go down there and get a manicure. I sort of got Millie staked out, see? And that's where I am on this day when all this happens. Down there getting a manicure for Millie.
I will say that you got real nice hands, though, Mr. Albright. Real Sangay.
Well, you see, for a man in my position...
But I will also say that you don't really have to have them cared for quite so often.
Oh, that...
Well, I mean, I wouldn't tell that to everybody, you know, but some of my customers, I like to give them my very best professional advice.
Well, maybe... Oh.
Just let your hand relax, Mr. Albright.
Yeah, well, maybe I know that. Maybe I got my reasons.
Mr. Albright, I can't imagine what kind of reasons you...
Look, with a guy like me, nobody has to stand on many ceremonies, see? For instance, all my friends call me Eddie.
Really?
Sure, Mr. Garvey and everybody. Just like I call you Millie. That's all right, isn't it?
Oh, well, sure, but me calling a customer, well, it makes a difference, you know.
Is that all I am? Just another customer? Ow!
You must hold your hand still, Mr. Albright.
Yeah, sure. But what I mean, just because I hold a slightly higher position than somebody else, that don't make any difference to me. That's my idea of democracy. Everybody is just as good as anybody else. Of course, unless you're a millionaire or something.
What's so special about a millionaire? I got a customer that's a millionaire, and his hands aren't nearly as swangay as yours.
Well, what I mean is, I'm not quite in that class yet. But I wish you would call me Eddie.
Well, you know, I was thinking about you.
Honest?
Once or twice. I mean, you're quite young to be holding a position of assistant manager of a big building like the Dunbar building.
Well, I started at the bottom, of course, but there's little tricks in getting to the top, just like in everything else.
Gee, I wished I knew some.
Well, take me, for instance. You know how I got where I am? Remembering names and faces, that's how.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. When I was just merely an elevator operator...
Remembering names? You mean a little thing like that's going to help you get...
A little thing like that? Listen, how do you suppose Jim Farley got where he is today?
Where is he?
I don't know where he is right now, but that's how he got to be Postmaster General. Just remembering names and faces. Just that one little thing, that's all.
Yeah, well, I don't know. He must have had some kind of other abilities. You know, I mean, he must have been a bug on stamps or something. Oh, heavens to Betsy, look at that cuticle.
Oh, well, maybe one, two little things, but remembering faces, that was the main thing. Now, take me, for instance.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. You got to keep your hands still.
Oh, that's okay, Millie. Forget it. But I was just trying to show you something in the paper.
Huh?
See this picture?
Yeah. Frankie the Nose Maddox, former New York gangster, escaped from Atlanta 6 months ago, believed to be an... Oh, sure, I saw that this morning.
Sure, so did I. And when I saw it, I said to myself, Eddie, Eddie Albright, have seen this guy somewhere before. And just like that, I remembered.
Oh, well, I bet I could remember an ugly mug like that.
Yeah, but suppose you only seen him 3-4 times, and it was 2-3 years ago, and he was always with a whole lot of other people.
Eddie, you mean you know Frankie Maddox?
No, but I took him up in my car. That was when I was merely an elevator operator.
Yeah?
I took him up 3-4 times. There's a rich guy named Ellinger, lives in a penthouse on top of our building, and I took him up there. And that was 2-3 years ago. But I remembered right away. I recalled the face.
Well, I guess that is pretty good, all right.
Sure. That's the kind of thing got me where I am.
Yeah, well, some people are lucky, I guess.
Well, I don't know. But some people that are lucky like to share their luck with other people. Ever stop to think about that?
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite know what you mean.
Well, take you and me, for example.
What?
Maybe we could be lucky together. I mean, maybe you and me could go out to dinner and to the theater some night.
Oh, really? Gee, that'd be awful nice.
Well, how about tonight?
Tonight? Well, I don't know. Well, I guess I could make it tonight.
Oh, fine. Where do I meet you?
Well,
Well, so this is where you spend all your time.
Oh, hello, Alex. Say, Millie, I just remembered something. I gotta go.
Yeah, but Eddie, I haven't finished.
What's your hurry? You might at least introduce the little lady
Alex,
to your boss.
no.
Oh, then you must be Mr. Garvey.
No,
well, I'm
he
sure I'm
isn't.
very
No.
pleased to meet you.
Mr. Garvey? Say, what's this guy been telling
Millie,
you?
look, I
Well,
gotta...
I really don't see what's quite so
No, it
funny.
isn't
All
funny.
I know
It's
is
just
that
that
Mr. Albright here is Mr. Garvey's personal assistant in the Dunbar building.
Is that what he told
No,
you?
I didn't.
Oh, Eddie, I'm ashamed. How could you do such a thing to such a cute little lady?
Eddie Albright, you're going to sit there and let this man talk to me like this?
He better sit there because I am his boss.
In a
I'm
way,
chief starter on the Dunbar elevators, and little Eddie here is operator number 23.
Eddie.
And when I say go, he goes. And when I say stay, he stays.
Millie, look,
I haven't finished your hand, Mr. Albright.
Oh, Millie, let's not be so bitter. Well, goodbye. Well, you can imagine how that made me feel. I felt lower than the third baseman. And what made it worse was, it was all true, what I told Millie. Well, all except that little part about being Mr. Garvey's assistant. But I did remember faces, and I was going to get to the top. I was there already, practically. All I could think of is how I could get even with that starter, that Alex Henderson, without having him fire me. And pretty soon he came back, and I just didn't speak to him. I didn't even look at him. But I can see him grinning all over that ugly puss of his every time he looks at me. Then I see him looking serious and going over to talk to some guys that just came in that I recognize as plain clothes dicks. And then they separate and sort of hang around the lobby trying to look as though they aren't there. And I figure I'll bide my time to get that Alex. And so pretty soon I mosey over to where he is.
Well, 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 if it isn't Mr. Albright.
Okay, you had your fun. What are all these dicks doing in the lobby?
Well, now, I wouldn't tell everyone, but of course an important man like
Oh,
you...
lay off, can't you? What's going on?
They had a tip Frankie Maddox was heading for this
Frankie
building.
Maddox?
Yeah. Friend of yours?
Well, I know what he looks like. I took him up to the penthouse 3-4 times, 2-3 years ago. I never forget.
Yeah, who was with him? General MacArthur?
Look, I'm not kidding. I'd remember him any place.
Well, why don't you just go and speak to the lieutenant over there?
Okay, I will.
Get back on your car.
But, Alex...
Get back on your... Well, look who's coming in the door. Our girlfriend.
Our girlfriend. Now, listen, Alex, I can take just...
How do you do, Miss O'Malley?
Well, I'm quite well, thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Hello, Millie.
I wonder if you could have one of your boys take me up to the penthouse. We got a call at the shop a little while ago from Mr. Ellinger. He wanted a manicurist sent up.
Why, sure, Miss O'Malley. The last car there.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Henderson.
Eddie, take the young lady up to the penthouse. Right away. Look sharp.
Millie.
The penthouse, please.
Now, listen, Millie, I can explain all what I said.
And I do not wish to engage in any unnecessary conversation with the help, Mr. Albright.
Oh, Millie, that guy's jealous, that's all. He knows when that job comes up, I'm a cinch for it, and he won't stand a chance. Why, he's just trying to get a knife from me, that's all. And that job is coming up, and I'm going to get it any day now. You'll see. Oh, Millie, give me a break. You said yourself it didn't matter even if a man was a millionaire.
I am a very democratic person, Mr. Albright. I have no objection at all to a man being an elevator operator whatsoever. But I do object to his being a big phony. I believe this is my floor.
Millie.
Good day, Mr. Albright.
Oh.
Hold it, Bud.
Huh? You heard him. Hold it. I'm sorry, but you gentlemen can't bring that carpet in this car. You'll have to take the freight elevator.
Shut up.
Now, listen,
Get in there.
Easy now. Stand it up in the corner.
Well, of course, if you gentlemen insist.
Okay, that'll do it.
Our policy is to give prompt and courteous service to all the occupants of this building.
Okay,
However,
but
the regulation...
down.
But it's against regulation.
Start down.
Yes, sir. But it's against regulations to carry furniture in the passenger cars. And a big carpet like that...
What about a big carpet like that?
Well, it's furniture.
Well, what do you know? Sonny Boy thinks this here is furniture.
Well, it ain't furniture. See, Sonny Boy?
Well, the regulations are not
Shut up.
specific if you... Yes, sir. What floor, sir?
The basement.
Yes, sir. Which basement?
You ain't trying to be funny, are you, Sonny Boy?
No, sir, but we have 3 basements in this building. And
You
I
want
would like
that
to point
stairs
out...
up to the street?
Yes, there are stairs, but it isn't...
Take us to the first one you come to.
Yes, sir. But the building regulations
up!
are clearly... Yes, sir. Well, like I say, we believe in giving prompt and courteous service, so I wasn't going to argue with anybody, particularly anybody as big and tough as these two guys look. If they want to take a carpet to the basement, it's no skin off my knees. It was a big carpet, all right. It was rolled up, and they had it standing in a corner between them. And I glanced at it, just casual-like. And then I saw something that made my skin come up in goosebumps all over. Sticking out of the bottom of that carpet was a pair of feet. Hey, those guys had a dead body in that carpet.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Phil Silvers in The Swift Rise of Eddie Albright. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Make your Easter Sunday a day of gracious hospitality with America's favorite wine. That's Roma wine, R-O-M-A, Roma, enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. Your guests will enjoy glorious gold and amber Roma California sherry. And to bring out the full goodness of that ham or turkey dinner, serve Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne. Whichever Roma wine you serve, you enjoy an important difference, a superiority in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. That's because Roma selects California's choicest grapes. Then Roma master vintners with America's finest winemaking resources guide this grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, with Roma wines of years before, these choice treasures await selection from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. So tomorrow, for your best buy in good taste, insist on Roma wine, R-O-M-A, Roma, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Phil Silvers in The Swift Rise of Eddie Albright, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, when I saw those two tough guys had a body roll up in that carpet, I just stood at the controls of my car and tried to keep my knees from knocking until we got down to the first basement.
Is this a basement?
Huh?
I say, is this the basement?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Lift it easy now.
Can I help you?
Easy.
Is it too heavy?
No,
Okay.
never mind. Oh, set it down. All right, sonny boy, you can beat it.
Yes, sir.
And listen, Bud.
Yes, sir?
If I was you, I'd forget I ever seen this carpet. Understand?
Yes, sir. What carpet?
Next car, please. Well, where you been, big shot?
Oh, I had to take attendance down to the basement.
The basement?
Yeah, somebody from the penthouse wanted to see the super about something.
Oh, I see. I thought you was going to stick around and help the cops catch Maddox when he shows up.
Okay, Alex, you think I'm kidding, but I do know what he looks like.
With his mug all over the paper? Sure. You and a million other people.
Now, I mean what he looks like. For instance, I remember he's a medium-sized small guy, about my size.
Oh, a shrimp.
All right, but you wait. If that guy comes into this building, I'll spot him. I'll grab him before those
Everybody
cops...
just stand right where you are, please.
That's the lieutenant. It must be Maddox.
Maddox?
Now, there's no danger, folks. No danger. We're just trying to locate somebody.
Say, I gotta go.
You stay here.
I just remembered a party on the 15th floor.
You stay...
Well, see, I figured the cops had everything under control about this Maddox, and there was no use of my butting in until they need me. And so I'm sort of getting my breath and going past the 9th floor before I notice a little guy in the car with me. A nice-looking little guy. And he speaks to me real friendly.
What's all the excitement down there?
Oh, well, they think some gangster called Maddox is loose in the building somewhere.
Oh, do they? Maybe it was a good idea we started up, and we did, huh?
Oh, I don't know. It don't worry me none. What floor?
The penthouse, please.
Oh, you're looking for Mr. Ellinger.
That's right.
My girl's up there with him right now.
Your girl?
Yeah, she's a manicurist. Mr. Ellinger sent for her a little while ago for a manicure.
Oh.
Well, here's your floor.
Say, wait a minute before you open those doors. I, got a little proposition to make to you.
Proposition?
Yeah, you see, Mr. Ellinger's an old pal of mine. He's a great guy for gags.
Yeah?
Yeah, I haven't seen him for quite a while. I want to pull one on him, see?
Well,
yeah, I'd like to borrow a uniform. If we just swap coats, that's enough. It'll only take a minute, the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything like that. The regulations...
Yeah, sure, I know. Would this, help?
Oh, no, I couldn't. $100?
Sure. With me and Ellinger, it's anything for a gag, and like I say, it'll only take a minute.
Well, I don't know. But $100?
Oh, here, take it. Now, give me your coat. Here's mine.
Well, you sure it'll only take a minute?
That's right.
Okay, here you are.
Okay, now let's go. You better come with me, though, so you can get your coat back and go right on down, see?
Yeah, sure. I'll prop the car doors open.
I'm sorry.
Millie.
Eddie Albright, for heaven's sakes, now what?
Who is she?
Oh, that's Millie that I told you about.
Oh, yeah. Where's Ellinger?
Well, I'm sure I do not know, and I've been waiting quite a while, and if I have to wait much
You
longer...
sure he's not home?
Well, I should be. If I have to wait much longer, I'm simply going to have to charge him the full rate anyway. And if you're a friend of his, I wish you'd tell him
sure,
that I
sure.
can't...
I'll fix it for you. Well, we'll come in and
As
wait.
for you, Mr. Albright, of course it's no business of mine, but if you want to throw away your job and your whole career...
I've got my reasons,
Come
Millie.
on.
Yeah, but you said it would only be a minute.
Come on, there's another 100 in it for you when you get your coat back.
$100?
See? I told you.
Your boyfriend and I are just pulling a little gag, miss.
Boyfriend? Are you implicating that this... Well, I must say, someone has given you the wrong kind of an impression entirely.
Yeah, okay, but you two could do quite a lot with a couple of $100, couldn't you? Now, suppose you wait here in the front room, miss. We'll go on inside, but don't tell Mr. Ellinger we're here. See, we want to surprise him.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. $200?
Listen, I can't wait long,
Yeah,
you know.
sure, I know. In here. Let's go out on the balcony. It's nice up here.
Yeah, I always wanted a penthouse.
You know, with them looking all over for this Maddox, or whatever his name is, they won't miss you for a while.
Yeah, there's that. Boy, I just wish I could lay my hands on that guy.
Oh, Maddox?
Yeah. Boy, if I could just capture him single-handed or something.
What's the matter? You got something against the guy?
Oh, no, Mr.
Mason.
No, Mr. Mason, I got nothing against him. But I gotta say something and do something pretty quick.
Fooling around with guys like this Maddox could be a little unhealthy, though, couldn't it?
Yeah, there's that. But, well, you see, Mr. Mason, I gotta do something for Millie.
Oh, I don't know. She seems like a nice kid. She doesn't seem like the kind who'd expect any crazy grandstand plays from a guy.
Oh, she wouldn't, Mr. Mason. Millie's the tops. She's aces. But you see, well, I already made one, and it flopped. It was a terrible flop.
Oh, showing off for a dame, huh? Like a little kid.
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Mason. I guess I made an awful fool of myself. But, well, now I gotta do something to make up for it.
Listen, Eddie, a dame that's any good doesn't expect anything special from a guy. If she does lay off because she's poisoned, take my word for it, I know. Maybe I wouldn't be where I am today if I hadn't tried to show off for a dame. Just like you when I was a punk kid and I didn't know any better.
Gee, Mr. Mason, I wouldn't say where you are today is so bad. Being able to pass out $100 bills like you do.
Yeah? Well, you get older, you see things a little different sometimes. How'd you come to louse it up with her?
Well, it began by my telling about this job that I got as assistant to Mr. Garvey, the building manager. Only I don't have it yet. And then Alex, he's the starter. He tips her off. And then I'm trying to explain to her when I bring her up here. Only I don't get a chance because these two mugs get in my car with a big carpet.
What two mugs?
The two that come down from the penthouse here. I guess they're working for Mr. Ellinger. Well, anyway, they got a big rolled-up carpet, and they want to go down to the basement. And I told them, the regulations, But, gee, maybe I shouldn't be saying this after what they told me.
What did they tell you?
Well, about the carpet. They said...
The carpet? So that's it.
Yeah. I guess it's okay to tell you, Mr. Mason. But I was scared because there was a body in that carpet. Gosh, do you suppose that's why, Mr. Allen?
Listen, Eddie, you stay right here, see?
But, Mr. Mason, wait a minute.
I'll be back in 2 minutes, kid. Then you'll be all set. The basement, huh?
Yeah, but Mr. Mason, wait.
You stay here if you want your coat back.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Albright, I see your newfound friend has left you holding the bag.
Oh, Millie, I don't know. Everything has gone wrong today.
Well, you can't say that your friends, or those who were your friends, didn't give you fair warning.
You mean you're still my friend?
I didn't say that. I just hope that Mr. Alex Henderson is your friend when you try to explain to him what happened to your uniform coat.
Alex Henderson. Listen, Millie, you don't see anything in that guy, do you? Why, he's just a common elevator
I
starter.
think Mr. Henderson is a very high-type gentleman and not a big phony.
Him? Why, he's the worst.
And at least he is not ashamed of his position.
He is, too.
And seeing that he is your superior,
yeah,
I
well,
think...
he won't be for long. I can tell you that right now.
All right, Maddox, reach.
What?
Don't try to storm, Maddox. Get him up.
They got guns.
Maddox? Hey, listen, I'm not Maddox.
What do you think you're kidding? We know you've been having a doctor change your face the last 6 months.
And then you think you're going to walk right in here and knock off Ellinger for that 50 grand he took you for. Well, you're a little late. And you know why?
Listen, fellas, you got it wrong. Don't you remember?
I'll tell you why, because...
We got tipped off and we got Ellinger out of here on a carpet. How do you like that?
You know who is going to get it? You, Maddox.
No. Oh.
Hey, look, my girl, she fainted.
Then she's in luck. You got any last words,
now,
Maddox?
Listen, wait, I'm not Maddox. I'm the elevator boy.
I never thought I'd see you crawl, Maddox.
But look, don't you remember? I took you down with the carpet to the basement.
Go ahead. I'm getting a big boot out of this.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe he's got something. Come over here, you.
Yes, sir.
I think it is the elevator punk.
That's me, sir. The elevator punk. I'm the punk.
Shut up. What do you think?
I don't know. What happened to your uniform, punk?
Well, there was a man. He was in my car, and...
All right, turn around and get it.
Maddox!
What happened those next few minutes, I'll never know. I was down on the floor until the shooting stopped. Then it was awful still, and I opened one eye and looked around. And Mr. Mason, only he was Maddox, I recognized him. And the two mugs were lying on the floor and not moving. And then I saw Millie lying there, too, and I rushed over to her and took her in my arms. And then she opened her eyes, so I knew she was all right. And I rushed back to Mr. Maddox to see if I can help him. On account he was nice to me, whatever he was. But he was dead, all right, I guess. And I took the gun out of his hand, and then all of a sudden the room was full of people. Cops and Alex Henderson and even Mr. Garvey. And they were all crowding around me, and everybody was saying something different.
That's Maddox, all right, Chief. He's got identification.
All right, what happened here?
Is that the missing operator, Henderson?
That's right, Mr. Garvey.
Who's the girl?
Why, officer, he's got a gun in his hand.
Give me that.
Yes, sir.
Well, son, you must have been mixed up in this little party yourself, huh? Where'd you get the gun?
Well, Lieutenant,
it's Maddox's
sir,
gun, isn't it?
That's right, Chief. That's what must have happened. Maddox gunned the two hoods, and then the kid jumped him.
Yeah? Well, that took a lot of courage, son. Is that what happened?
Well, sir,
Go ahead, Eddie. Speak up. Don't be afraid.
Oh, no, Mr. Garvey, I'm not afraid. I'm
Just
perfectly
tell us
calm.
what happened, son.
What happened? Well, yes, sir. That's what happened, all right. Well, what you said. Mr. Maddox made me come in here and change clothes with him. And then those two came in, and Maddox shot them, and then, well, I just sort of overpowered him, and the gun went off, and he was killed.
Gee, I know guys on the force wouldn't have dared do that.
Oh, Eddie.
Did she see it?
I fainted.
Well, say, young man, you certainly ought to be congratulated.
Thanks, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, sir, you're the type of man we need on the Dunbar building staff. Which reminds me, there's a position as my personal assistant coming open. I think you could fill it nicely. Come and talk to me about it in the morning.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garvey.
Oh, Eddie.
Hey, Chief! Look, Maddox. He's alive.
So he is.
Yeah.
He can talk.
He can talk?
How about it, Maddox? Is that what happened?
What happened?
Well, the kid here says you gunned the other two, and then he overpowered you, and you got it in the struggle for the gun. Is that what happened?
With the kid there? Overpowered me?
No.
Yeah, sure. The kid just overpowered me.
He's gone.
Gosh. The reason I told this, well, Millie and I got married when I got the job at Mr. Garvey, and, well, something pretty important is going to happen pretty soon. And, well, I got to think of what Mr. Maddox said. And then I told Millie the whole thing, because I didn't want to have a kid who could ever say his old man was a big phony.
Hello, Eddie. Good morning, Mr. Albright.
Alex?
Car 3, sir? Take Mr. Albright right up.
Thank you, Alex. I've been watching your work, boy. Doing grand. Grand, just grand. And shall we just keep looking alive, shall we? Well, what are we waiting for? Up, quickly, boy, up.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. This is Truman Bradley bringing back to our microphone the star of tonight's suspense play, Phil Silvers. Phil, as a screen comedian, your usual job is to keep people in stitches rather than in suspense. Tell me, how did you like the change tonight?
Truman, believe me, it's a lot easier making people scared than it is to make them smile.
Say, Phil, would a top-flight comedian like yourself object to a little tip on how to make folks smile?
Say, the last time I got a good tip was when a guy mistook me for a waiter. But go ahead. Old Silvers needs a little polish. By George, that's a good one, what? Silvers polish, you get it?
Well, Phil, if you want to see smiles of satisfaction on the faces of your friends, just serve them Roma wine. Now, to help you, here's a hamper of Roma wines with the compliments of Roma, the greatest name in wine.
Say, I'll take that tip. And the Roma wine, with thanks, Truman.
Among the fine Roma wines in your hamper, Phil, you'll find a bottle of Roma California Burgundy. Roma Burgundy is good any time, and a special favorite at Easter. Millions prefer Roma Burgundy as the perfect flavor mate with the traditional Easter ham, turkey, or roast. Yes, red, robust Roma Burgundy, with its full, fragrant bouquet and tempting taste, brings out all the rich, natural flavor of red meats, adds friendliness, good taste, and distinction to any meal.
Roma Burgundy it is, Truman.
And, Phil, in all Roma wines, you enjoy an important difference, an extra goodness in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. Yes, Roma wines taste better, because Roma selects the better-tasting wines from the world's greatest reserves. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
Now, that's good enough for me, Truman. And may I say, Phil Silvers is currently being seen in his living room. Thank you. You've been devoted.
Tonight's suspense play was written by Roy Grandy and Robert Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Kirk Douglas as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Ava Gardner, David Niven, Lloyd Nolan, and Lynn Barry. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight, The Night Man, starring Virginia Bruce and Richard Wolff.
Warden Gray.
Yes, Miss Rhodes. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I hate to disturb you like this, but I've traveled clear across the country. They wouldn't give me the information over the phone.
I know.
You know what this visit is all about, Warden.
To some extent, yes. You think one of our prisoners, Tom Nixon, has escaped.
He has escaped. I'm as sure of it as I'm sure of sitting here now. I saw him at Lodge in New York City 2 days ago.
You knew Tom Nixon well, Miss Rhodes?
Knew him? He was my mother's murderer. My mother was Mrs. George Rhodes of Huntington, Long Island. She ran a boarding house there. He killed her on September 18th, 1933.
We have all the records of the crime, Miss Rhodes.
Tom was Mother's chief boarder for 10 years. Know him? Why, I sat opposite him at dinner table from the time I was a girl of 15. I knew him as well as I knew Mother. I'd know him anyway.
I see.
And now he's at Lodge. He's free. Somehow or other, he's escaped this place. Maybe you're not aware of it. Maybe even his fellow prisoners aren't aware of it. But he's wormed his way out. And he's after me. He's after me.
Oh, now, my dear young lady.
Warden Graves. 10 years ago, when Mother was found murdered, I knew it couldn't have been anyone but Tom. I testified against him. I was the chief, practically the only witness at the trial. And when they sentenced him here for life, he swore to kill me. He swore in the open court to get even with me. For 10 years I've lived in deadly fear. Watched the newspapers for prison breaks. I've moved from house to house, made few friends. He's hung over me like a shadow. Even though I told myself he was locked up here forever. And now it's come.
And where exactly did you see the prisoner, Miss Rhodes?
That's just the point. That's why I know he's after me. I saw him in my own apartment house.
Well.
He has a job there, running the elevator at night. It makes it so horrible. I've never married, Warden Graves. I live all alone in a small 3-room penthouse on the 18th floor of an office building. The other night, about a week ago, I came home alone from the movies after midnight. The big marble lobby of my building was deserted, except in a far corner near the elevator with his back toward me, there was a man, down on his hands and knees, scrubbing the floor. Good evening.
Evening.
Well, where is everybody? Isn't the elevator working tonight?
You want to go up in the elevator, Mum?
Certainly.
I'll be right with you. Okay, Mum. What floor?
I was in the elevator, and he had started to ascend before I really saw him. It was Tom. His hair had turned white, and there was a horrible stoop to his shoulders. But everything about him, the crook of his head, his high, thin, bony nose, the hollow cheekbones, were all the same. And then he turned and stared at me. I could see those deadly, pale, cold eyes, those heavy eyebrows, still black, that familiar, quiet, sarcastic mouth.
What floor, Mum?
My floor. Yes, the penthouse, please.
Penthouse? Where's that, on the roof?
Yes, on the roof, please. 18th floor.
Okay.
Warden Graves. It was like being in a cage with a wild beast. He kept watching me, peering at me furtively as the elevator moved with agonizing slowness up and up past the floors. I shrunk back, averting my face. The light in the car was dim. My only hope was that he did not recognize me.
Here's your floor, miss.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You can go back down. I don't need anything, thank you.
What's the matter? Forgotten your door key?
No, it's right in my bag. I'll find it in a minute.
You want me to let you in?
Let me in? No, good Lord.
I got pass keys to all the doors. No trouble.
Thanks, but No, I have it right here. Good night.
And that was the first time you saw him?
Yes. I wanted to die. I didn't know where to turn.
And that was all he did or said?
Yes, but it wasn't so much what he said as the awful resemblance. The feeling that he was only playing with me, torturing me like a cat with a mouse. Warden Graves, I didn't even have a phone. I've always been afraid to be listed in the phone book. The only way up to that penthouse was by that one elevator. I was trapped up there, at his mercy whenever he wanted to come.
What did you do?
Spent the night, crouched against the wall with a flat iron in my hand, waiting for that key to click in my lock.
And the next morning?
The next day, I began to wonder if it all wasn't just a dream.
Good morning, Miss Rhodes.
Good morning, Gallagher.
Lovely weather we've been having. Lovely, dry and brisk, but not too brisk. Not overcoat weather yet. No, not overcoat weather yet. I was only saying to Foley this morning.
Gallagher?
Yes, Miss Rhodes, yes.
Who's that new night man running the elevator? The one who came on last night?
Oh, Foley? You mean Foley, Miss Rhodes? Why, that's Charlie Foley. Nice old chap, ain't he? Very friendly and obliging, too. Treated me to coffee this morning before I came on.
Charlie Foley?
Yep, that's his name. They're very partial to the Irish here in this building. Gallagher, Foley. But he's a nice, trustworthy chap, Miss Rhodes. Honest, too. Good morning, Miss Rhodes.
Good morning.
Get something, Miss Rhodes?
No. Just about this Mr. Foley. It's just that he's rather, odd-looking. I was wondering where he came from. He's perfectly all right.
All right. Let me tell you something. He was personally recommended by Ellsworth, Hitchcock, Pearson, and Scott, the owners of the place. And that's the first time that's ever happened in my experience. Don't you worry about him, Miss Rhodes. He's a good man, member of our union, and married with 2 children. Believe me, when the owners recommend a man.
Well, it all sounds like a foolproof alibi, Miss Rhodes. And so you went back?
I didn't want to, even then. I spent the day hunting for another apartment. But you know wartime New York, Warden Graves. There wasn't another apartment to be had. I let myself be convinced until that night when I saw him again.
Good evening, Miss Rhodes.
Called me Miss Rhodes. And now there was a cruel, sarcastic smile about his lips. The kind of smile I'd seen him give to Mama.
You think he recognized you then?
Recognized me? Warden Graves, I haven't changed. Perhaps I've grown a little thinner. Don't you see? He'd come there only to trap me. He'd taken that particular job, plotted, schemed.
Here's your floor, Miss Rhodes.
It's only a question of when. When he was going to do it. When the axe was going to fall. He kept grinning at me as I stepped out of the elevator.
Good night, Miss Rhodes.
Good night. Who is it? Who's there?
Oh, excuse me, Miss Rhodes. There wasn't any answer to my ring.
What do you want? What are you doing here?
It's your laundry. They told me to put it inside the door in case you weren't home.
My laundry. Oh, but you knew I was home. You just brought me up.
That's right. Excuse me, I guess I must have been thinking of something else.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Miss Rhodes. Very sorry.
That's all right. Good night.
It was a crazy mistake. There I was thinking you could get up here some other way. But there isn't any other way, is there?
No.
Even the service elevator doesn't get up this far, does it?
No.
Just like you're all alone here. Alone. On the roof.
Yes. Oh, maybe somebody closer. I'll kill you to hear. I'll kill you with my bare...
Who's that, Mum?
Get out! Get out! Get out!
My buzzer. I better answer. And then what happened?
Nothing.
He came back again that night?
No. I haven't seen him since. I barricaded myself in that night. Once it occurred to me that I might escape by running down 18 flights of fire stairs. The thought of meeting him back in the gloomy darkness kept me back. I didn't know where the fire stairs ended. Perhaps in the cellar, where I would be utterly defenseless.
Too bad you don't have a telephone.
Oh, it's horrible. Next morning, I got down to the public phone and put through the call to here, but it wasn't any use.
That was the day I was out of town.
Yes, but Warden, I still don't see why they couldn't have told me. After all, I was giving them information.
It's one of our strictest regulations at Osawatomie State Penitentiary never to discuss any of our prisoners over the telephone.
That's what they said.
So you came all the way out here in person?
Yes.
And now you wish me to send someone to apprehend this man?
I want you to bring him back, that's all. Back where he belongs.
Miss Rhodes, Tom Nixon doesn't need to be brought back. He's here.
Oh, no, Warden Graves. Please, I've seen him with my own eyes. Talk to him face to face. Maybe there's someone here calling himself Tom Nixon. But he's escaped. He's free. I know it.
Will you just step this way with me, Miss Rhodes?
No, I don't want to see him. I don't want to see his cell or talk to anybody or...
Tom Nixon's dead, Miss Rhodes. He's buried in the prison yard. I'd like you to see his grave. And this is the photograph taken of him just a week before he died. You see, he wasted away quite a bit. He was in the infirmary all last year. Became very religious, too, toward the end. Spent a good deal of his time praying.
Praying?
Mm-hmm. All the fight seemed to go out of him as soon as he knew he was seriously ill. But you'd say this was his picture, wouldn't you, Miss Rhodes?
Yes. It's Tom, all right.
Mm-hmm. And these little personal belongings. Ordinarily, we turn these over to the family, but in Tom's case, there wasn't much family. You'd recognize these as his.
Yes. I don't know them all, but that gold watch, he used to wear it every Sunday at morning.
He wrote a couple of notes before he died to a fellow prisoner and to the prison chaplain. You remember this handwriting?
Yes. It seems to be it.
Well, Miss Rhodes, now you feel a little better about your elevator operator?
You must think me a fool.
No.
An awful fool.
Not at all, not at all.
But the likeness was so extraordinary. It was almost like seeing a ghost.
A ghost? Come, Miss Rhodes. Snap out of it. Now that you've gotten all this off your chest, isn't it perfectly obvious that that poor night man's done nothing or said nothing to you at all out of the ordinary? It's only that, you seem to be the victim of some kind of guilt complex.
Guilt complex? Oh, I'm not guilty of anything.
Oh, what I mean is, Tom has been on your mind now for 10 years. You testified against him. He threatened you. Gradually, you see him everywhere.
No, only this once. Only these last few nights.
All right. But now you know the truth. That should clear your fears forever. Tom's dead and buried. Now, go back and take a look at that night man again. Now that you know Tom's dead, I'll lay odds the whole resemblance will vanish.
Well, I hope so.
My advice to you, Miss Rhodes, would be to go straight home. Use that elevator as much as possible. Get acquainted with this Foley fellow. For your own sake, try to get the better of these hallucinations. Otherwise, you'll start seeing poor Tom everywhere you turn.
I'll try, Warden Graves. Well, thank you. You've been very kind.
Not at all.
Good evening, Charles.
Evening, Mum.
I have some bags here, Charles. Will you help me with them, please?
Okay. That all, Mum?
Yes, thank you. This is for you, Charles.
No, thanks, ma'am. I never take tips.
It's all right. I'd like you to have it. I'm sure the superintendent wouldn't mind.
The superintendent hasn't anything to do with it.
Well, aren't we going to start?
Yeah, in a minute. Been out of town?
Why, yes, I have.
You've gone quite a while. I didn't see you for 3 or 4 nights.
I was in the country, visiting a friend.
Oh.
Why, it's beautiful weather out there. The leaves are beautiful.
I wouldn't know.
You live in the city, Charles?
Of course.
Oh, isn't it hard to bring up children in the city?
Children?
Yes. Didn't I understand Gallagher to say you had 2 children?
Me? What chance I have to have any children?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a bachelor. By the way, my name is not Charles.
Well, guess this must be my floor.
No, it's not.
Then why are we stopping?
The elevator's stuck. Power's been cut off. Mm-hmm.
Oh, but how could that happen? It's never happened before, as long as I've lived here.
Yeah? Well, sooner or later, I guess it had to happen.
Is there some way we can get it back on? Some buzzer for the cellar or something?
If the power's off, the buzzer isn't working. It's a wonder the lights are still on.
The lights?
Yeah. They'll go out in a few minutes, though. Then it'll be black in here. Black as a grave.
Let's get out of here. Open the door.
Can't. She won't budge.
But you haven't even tried.
I don't have to try. We're stuck between floors. The door's flush with the solid wall.
Solid wall?
Yeah. We're kind of bricked up in a cell.
But there must be some way out of here. Isn't there a little door in the roof? Something you can pry open? Something you can climb up out of into the shaft?
I don't see any.
Oh, but there must be. Climb up and feel around before the light gives out.
There's nothing to get hold of. Nothing but steel and mirrors. And I'm not tall enough.
Stand on my bed. That's a good idea.
They'll never hold me.
Oh, it's all right. Just hurry. Here. The Gladstone's strongest.
No, never make it.
Oh, but stand on your tiptoes. Stretch.
No.
Let me try. Oh, no, I can't.
I didn't think so.
Oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Wait.
Wait.
Wait until somebody comes along downstairs and finds the elevator stuck. And then rings up the superintendent.
That might be hours.
Sure.
No! Help! Help! Somebody help! Help!
You're wasting your time.
Oh.
Everybody's left the building. I know because they've all signed out. This air shaft's thick. Isolated. Nobody's down in the basement. And there won't be any passengers ringing for an elevator this time of night.
You seem awfully sure about all that.
Why not? Cigarette?
No, thanks. Do you think it's safe to smoke in here?
Sure. And supposing it isn't. What's the difference? Have one. It'll soothe your nerves.
No, thanks. The air's so close.
Jumpy, ain't you?
No. I suppose really there's nothing to be afraid of. Sooner or later, they'll come.
Oh, sure. Eventually.
Just that this waiting and all these mirrors and being stuck.
You're not jumpy on account of me?
You? Oh, no, of course not.
But you were kind of jumpy with me the other night, weren't you?
The other night?
When I came into your apartment unexpectedly.
That was a mistake.
A mistake?
Yes, I just thought you were someone else. A friend of mine. Someone I've always been afraid of.
Oh.
But now I've learned it couldn't be you because his friend's dead. Dead and buried.
Dead and buried?
Yes.
What was his name? Maybe I know him.
Oh! What was that?
Only the light. I knew they'd give out sooner or later.
No, they said that. I can't stay here alone in the dark with you.
So you are jumpy with me.
No.
I thought you said this guy was dead and buried.
He is. I saw his grave.
Then why are you screaming like that?
I'm not screaming. Only it's so dark and so close and creepy.
What did you do to this friend that makes you so jumpy?
Do to him? Nothing. I didn't do a thing.
No?
It was he. He threatened me. He was a murderer. He killed my mother in cold blood 10 years ago. He got order for 10 years. And one afternoon... Don't move! Don't move!
I'm not moving. Go on.
One afternoon, I came home. And there was Mother lying on the floor with her throat. No, where are you? I can't...
Go on.
No, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Tom! It's you, Tom, isn't it?
I thought you said your friend was dead and buried.
Stop playing with me. Stop torturing me. Tell me the truth. You escaped, didn't you? You didn't die, and it was someone else, someone else's grave, just as I thought. You escaped and found me here. Answer me, Tom. Where are you? I can't see you. I can't. Ah! Oh, no. Stop. I didn't mean it. I didn't. I didn't mean to send you there. It was only because I loved you, Tom. Loved you so blindly, passionately, for years. And hated Mama. And hated you for loving her. It was only to get revenge on you both that I killed her. And framed you. Mama was so cruel to me, Tom. She treated me like a slave. And all the time flaunting you in my face. If you'd spoken one kind word to me, Tom, at the trial. One word to let me know you loved me. You're going to kill me, aren't you, Tom? No, Tom! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die, Tom!
Here's the lobby, Mom. You can get out here, or I'll take you back up to the penthouse as soon as we've picked up the other passenger.
What? The lobby? You brought me down to the lobby?
Yes.
Then you're not Tom?
No, Mom.
You're not going to kill me? I'm free?
Yes.
Then it was all just a crazy illusion. A nightmare, because the power went off, and you look so much like Tom Nixon. Oh, forgive me. Please forgive me for being so absurd.
It's okay.
And you'll forget about those silly things I said, won't you? I didn't mean them. It was just because I was beside myself.
What silly things, Mom?
Those silly things about my mother and Tom. And this is for you. No, I insist this time. I insist.
I'm sorry, Mom. But I'm afraid I never accept tips.
Oh, but you must.
Particularly from people framed my twin brother. Good evening, Warden Graves.
Good evening, Lieutenant Nixon. Well done.
And so closes The Night Man, starring Virginia Bruce and Richard Wolff. Tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. Wheaties Big Parade. The makers of America's favorite whole wheat flakes, Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, invite you to Wheaties Big Parade, a thrilling procession of radio's greatest summer entertainment programs. Yours for the listening on NBC. On stage tonight from Hollywood, another in this series of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in the county morgue. A poor devil lying on a hard slab, murdered through the courtesy of yours truly, Randy Stone.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a remarkable piece of news. I've heard there are people who eat Wheaties at breakfast just about every morning of their lives. They do. They leap from shower to kitchen and reach for the Wheaties as sure as they reach for the milk. And you know, it isn't because they haven't tried other foods. Oh, yes, they've tried others. But Wheaties, they never get tired of. Wheaties are light. Wheaties are crisp. Wheaties are nice to be with every morning of your life if you choose. I suggest you take a spoon to a bowl full of Wheaties in the very near future and see just how special they are. That was Wheaties. Your grocer has them. Do you?
They call my night beat stories human interest, which means after you've struggled through the latest atom bomb scare, the latest spy scare, the latest murder, the latest slaughter on the highway, you come to page 17 in Randy Stone. And I'm supposed to give you a little breather, some nice, simple human story to make you believe no matter how tough things are, the world has a heart. Only every once in a while, it doesn't work out just that way. Human interest. Oh, yeah. A corpse in a dark alley was the business at hand. In a big city, a dead man is a pretty impersonal thing. But this one I had a special interest in, because they wanted me to identify him. So here I was in the early morning, standing beside a sheet-covered slab. Then the police lieutenant nodded, and the attendant pulled back the sheet.
Well?
Yeah, that's him. That's Ted Carter.
Okay, that does it. We had to get positive identification, Randy. You were the only one we could reach. Sorry I had to get you out of bed.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I guess that winds it up. Thanks for the trouble.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you mean, thanks? What happens now? We go back and catch up on our sleep?
I know you had a friendly interest in the kid, Randy. But he got it the way all hoodlums eventually get it.
He was going straight, and you know it.
What are you getting sore about?
Who did it? Who killed him?
Go at any book joint, any gin mill, look in any back alley, any flop house. Whoever you find there could have done it. Take your pick.
Take my pick?
Nobody talks. Nobody remembers anything. No clues. But enough suspects to fill Soldiers Field. In my book, it's murder by person or persons unknown.
Oh, just like that?
Just like that.
Well, maybe for you it's that way, but not for me, Lieutenant.
Huh?
You want the man who put Ted Carter under that canvas sheet? Well, brother, you just reach out and touch.
What are you talking about?
I've known Ted since we were kids. We grew up in the same block of tenements. Whenever we got together, I never passed up a chance to make some fancy speeches about Ted going straight and leading a good life. Because he liked me, he finally let me soften him up. He started going straight. You know he did.
Now, Randy.
Only somebody didn't like the idea of him going straight, so now he's lying on that slab, a tribute to my eloquence.
It's crazy to think that way, Randy.
Okay, it's crazy. If I don't find out who killed Ted Carter, I'm going to start having some lousy dreams, Lieutenant. And I'm a guy who likes to sleep sound. I walked away from the lieutenant like he had the smallpox, and I'd never been vaccinated. When I hit the street, it was raining. I waited for a cab thinking that for the first time I hated this city. I hated it because somewhere in that rain was Ted's killer. What was he doing now? Waiting for the first editions to come out to see how well he'd done? You'd have to look hard to find out anything about Ted. Page 6, ex-hoodlum found shot, period. When you're an ex-anything, that's a nice way of saying you're dead, brother. Lie down. When a cab showed up, I went over to see Ted's girl, Joan. As soon as she opened the door, I knew she'd found out.
Come in.
Her face looked pinched and pale. Her eyes were red like she'd squeezed out the last tear.
Oh, Randy, why did it have to happen like that?
I'm sorry, Joan. You didn't go down to see?
No, I couldn't.
Sure, I understand. Who do you think did it?
I don't know. He told me he was all through with the rackets.
What was he doing? Who'd he been mixed up with?
He never told me anything. I believed him when he said he was going straight.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to find out who killed him, Joan.
Oh, Randy, you and Ted live in different worlds.
Who was the last guy he worked for, Joan? Who got sore when Ted decided to go straight?
I don't know. I don't know.
Joan didn't know. I went around to the old haunts. His former friends, they didn't know. The district attorney didn't know. The cops didn't know. Ted had kicked around in this city among all these people for 28 years. And now suddenly it was like he'd never lived at all. Then I remembered a little item from his old life. A little item with baby blue eyes and red hair. Laverne Clare. He'd gone with her before he met Joan, and even after he met Joan, he kept sneaking back to her. Like a drunk trying to decide whether to spend his last coin calling for help or buying a glass of muscatel. I went looking for Laverne. She had the number 4 spot on one of those 5 times a day shows on the untidy side of town. When I got there, I had to wait until the fleshy part of the entertainment was over. And then I went to her dressing room.
You.
Ted spent a lot of time telling me how crazy he was about you, Laverne.
Yeah. He was a sweet guy. Ted was all right.
Yeah, he liked to tell me about the way you looked when you danced.
Yeah, sure. Where's my drink?
Yeah, right here. Who do you think killed him, Laverne?
Look, Mr. Stone, you're a nice guy. You don't want to get mixed up with Bailey.
Bailey?
I didn't say Bailey.
So it's Bailey. How big can you get? Bailey?
No.
He's had his claws around this town's throat for quite a spell. So Ted knew something.
No,
and
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Get out of here. Right away, you understand?
Yeah. I'm beginning to understand. So I had myself a lead, only what a lead. Bailey, the new type gangster, suite of offices in the Loop, a home in the country, patron of the arts. The kind of rat who wouldn't be caught dead nibbling on anything but imported Roquefort. After I told Joan of my lead, I went to see the lieutenant who told me to take my pick as to who killed Ted. I'd taken my pick.
Bailey? Randy, you surprise me. You don't really expect me to arrest Bailey.
You want to bet?
What have I got to go on? A drunken dame?
Well, arrest him on suspicion. Sweat it out of him.
Sure, just like that.
Oh, so you won't touch Bailey?
Give me something to go on, and sure, I'll touch him with a baseball bat. But it's got to be good, Randy. It's got to be good.
I couldn't stop. I was like a snowball that somebody started rolling down a hill. Ted was dead because he'd believed in me. I couldn't forget that any more than I could forget my name. Then I remembered my job. The paper, sure. What big shot racketeer sends for his aspirin every time someone mentions the back alley murder of Ted Carter? What is the district attorney going to get wise and change the address of Mr. B from an uptown penthouse to a downstate death house?
Listen to this, Mr. Bailey. Stone's latest little offering. When are the police going to bring in the Carter killer?
Let me see it. And if they don't know who it is, I'll give them a hint. Think of Daly and reach for the letter B.
How long is he going to get away with it?
Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
I want Randy Stone.
You've got him.
I'll say it only once, Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this kind of publicity.
Oh, you must be Bailey.
I'm asking you to stop.
Real polite-like, huh?
That's right. Polite. So what's the good word, Mr. Stone?
The good word? I got a whole sack full. You get a copy of the Star first thing tomorrow. You'll see him right under my byline.
Now listen, Stone.
Something like this. One of the local gendarmes going to knock on Mr. Bailey's door with a warrant for his... Okay, so he doesn't want a preview. So let him pay 7 cents. Well, that was more like it. I started feeling like one of those uranium prospectors when the Geiger counter starts to click. So Bailey was beginning to squirm. Well, on him it looked just fine. I was feeling pretty good when I headed for home. I opened my door and stepped inside.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Stone. My name's Jerry.
Well, Jerry, as long as you're here, make yourself at home.
You're a humorist, aren't you? Like your friend Ted Carter.
What do you know about Ted Carter?
Ah, he was the regular card.
Okay. What do you want?
Mr. Bailey sent me over to take a look at you.
Your boss?
Mr. Bailey.
Mm-hmm. And you're little boy Blue, huh?
A wisecracker, all right.
But tell a boss of yours I'll be dropping around to see him for an interview.
He doesn't want it that way. He sent me to see you instead.
Yeah?
Mr. Bailey wants me to teach you a lesson. With this blackjack. Mr. Bailey doesn't have a sense of humor. Wise cracker.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Just about any place you go in this country, if there's a store that sells food, you'll find they have Wheaties. They have to. People ask for them all the time. Now, I'm not suggesting you dash out tonight for a package of Wheaties, but if you will remember to reach for them the next time you're buying groceries, I think I can guarantee you'll enjoy them. Because Wheaties are enjoyable. That's why all these people eat them. With milk, with cream, with sugar, without sugar, with bananas, with strawberries. Any way you like them, Wheaties are good company at the table. Good for you, too. Whole wheat. Flakes of golden whole wheat. Very good eating. Wheaties.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I woke up with a nice view of my ceiling. The sign outside the window flashed on and off, and every time it flashed on, it was like that punk of Bailey's with his blackjack, testing his strength on my skull and doing fine. After a while, I crawled into the bathroom and held my head under a cold tap until my eyes came back into focus. I cleaned up, changed clothes, and found a cab. It was 11:15 when I reached Joan's apartment. I had to knock a long time before she came to the door. She was rubbing the sleep out of her eyes.
Randy? Oh, come on in.
Thanks, honey.
What happened to you?
A surprise party by the same people who surprised Ted.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get some back.
No, that's not why I came.
No?
When Ted quit the rackets, what did he do with his gun?
He left it with me to show he was on the up and up. Why?
I want Ted's gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Never mind. Just give me the gun.
No, Randy. You'll only...
The gun, honey. Come on, the gun.
It's in the bottom drawer of the dresser. I'll get it. But I think you're crazy. Here.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Wentworth Towers. Bailey has an office.
Randy, you're walking right into a trap. They'll kill you like they killed Ted.
Well, if I don't go, Jerry will be coming around again. So either way, it's no good. At least this way I say when. Wish me luck.
Luck? Oh, you fool. You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
When I got to the Wentworth Towers, it was almost midnight. The front door was locked. The only light in the lobby came from the night elevator. An old man sat inside the elevator dozing. I pounded on the window. He got to his feet and he started walking toward me. He snapped the lock and pushed open the front door.
Nobody in this building now. All the offices are closed.
Not all of them, Pop. I have an appointment with Mr. Bailey.
You have? Okay. I'll take you up. 34th floor. Come on.
As the elevator rose, I dipped my hand in my coat pocket. The cold touch of the gun had the comforting sensation of a boy holding his father's hand. The elevator came to a stop on the 34th floor. The doors opened and Jerry stepped out of the darkness. Only his gun was in his fist.
Take us downstairs, Pop. Sure thing, Jerry.
I want to see Bailey.
Yeah, we know, but Bailey doesn't want to see. Keep your hands out of your pockets. Now, let's see what you got there. Come on. A gun. Hey, that's pretty nice. Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. I'm always handing out souvenirs.
You go out first, Pop. Open the street door. All right, Jerry, I'll get it open for you. Is everything all right, Pop? Is it all clear?
Why don't you go out there and see? Here, I'll help you.
Hey, what?
I shoved the kid out, pushed the lever that slammed the door shut, started the elevator going up. I could see little lights blink on the instrument panel as I passed each floor. Bailey was on the 34th floor, and I was getting closer and closer. And then it stopped. I kept punching the lever again and again, but the elevator wouldn't budge.
I tried to open the door, but it was sealed tight. Signals on the panel said I was stuck between the 11th and 12th floors. Little Boy Blue and the old man had gone to the basement and switched off the power of my elevator. I didn't have to be a mastermind to figure out what would happen next. They'd bring up one of the other elevators and come after me. I began to feel like an animal trapped in a cage. Yes, the other elevator was on its way right on cue. I was trapped, but good. But as long as I was between floors, they couldn't get to me either. Little Boy Blue figured it that way, too.
Are we going to get his elevator down here so we can get at him?
You wait here, and I'll go down to the basement and get him down to the 11th with the emergency crank.
All right, but hurry.
It was turning into a big evening. In a couple of minutes, I could feel my elevator inching down toward the 11th floor. I looked around for some kind of an out, and then I saw the little emergency door on the roof of the elevator. I climbed up on the old man's stool and pushed the door upward. And I started pulling myself out of the cage. And now I was standing on top of the elevator, hanging onto that greasy cable that ran down from the roof. I heard a shattering of glass, which meant the kid was using his gun butt to break through the little glass window in my elevator door so that he could reach in and spring it open. That was nice figuring. Now, if I could figure a way to stay alive for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Einstein could move over.
Where is he? How can he get out of here?
He couldn't. Hey, Jerry, look up there.
What?
The trap door's open. He's on top of the elevator.
Yeah? Now that ain't playing fair. How many floors in this building, Pop?
35. Why?
I've always wanted to run an elevator. Let's see how fast we can get to the roof.
Jerry.
Shut up. Hold on to your hat, Stone.
We were rising a mile a minute. All I could do was sprawl down and watch the roof of the building coming at me, faster and faster. The roof rushing to meet me like we were lovers from way back, faster and faster. Almost to the top. Almost. Now I know how those goats felt when that bomb went off at Bikini. The shock of the elevator smacking against the huge top spring shook me up like a bag of cement in a concrete mixer. But I was alive, which is always encouraging. Jerry stepped off on the 35th floor. Then Pop started taking the elevator down very slowly. I was still sprawled out on top of the elevator trying to get the cobwebs out of my brain.
All right, Pop. Well, you must be the original Indian rubber man, Stone. You'll make a fortune in the circus.
Oh, nothing at all. I owe it all to my heavy underwear.
Come on. Climb out here.
How can I refuse such a nice invitation, especially when you're holding a gun?
All right, come on back up, Pop.
Elevator, will you wait just a minute, please?
What? Who's that?
They're the cleaning women. Better put your gun away.
Well, then this is sure a break. I thought you'd be taking a snooze.
All right, come on, get in.
Yeah, let's all get in. It's hard to get an elevator this time of night.
Sure is.
We rode down, the four of us. No one said anything. The cleaning woman was half dead on her feet. Her head bobbing half asleep. That lovely, innocent, tired old gal was saving my life as long as she was with us.
Well, I'll get out on the 3rd floor, Pop. I'm going to the dressing room.
3 it is. Here you are, number 3.
Thank you. Good night, Pop.
I'll see you, Pop. I get off here, too.
No, you don't. This isn't the main floor.
For me, this is the main floor.
Stone! Come back here, Stone!
I raced down the dark hall, past the cleaning woman who stared at me with her mouth wide open. In the distance, I saw what I was looking for. A little red sign that said stairway. My little pal was right behind me. I got to the stairs, started down 2, 3 at a time. He was right on my tail.
You're not getting away, Stone!
Get out of here fast. This party was getting rough. I reached the main floor, but instead of going through the lobby, I ducked behind the cigar counter. The kid raced by. He went through the front door looking for me on the street outside. I looked at the indicator over on the night elevator door. The old guy was still parked on the 3rd floor. I went to the stairs again and down into the basement. I needed an elevator in the worst way. There were several parked there for the night. I took one and started up. I was getting to be a regular genius with these elevators, but this was going to be the end of the little game. I was finally on my way up to Bailey. The 34th floor. The building tapered off up here. Around the small square hallway were 6 office doors. Bailey was behind one of those doors. I tried the first door, nothing. The second door was locked, too. And the telephone started ringing inside one of the offices. I hurried over to it. It was locked. The transom was half open, but no light showed through. Then, as I was about to turn away, I heard...
Hello, Jerry. You crazy fool, he's up here. Yes, in the hall just outside this door. Get up here right away. Don't take any chances. As soon as your elevator door is open, kill him. All right, move. Now, what are your plans, Mr. Stone?
That was a good question of Bailey's. What was I going to do? I couldn't break into Bailey's office. I didn't have a gun. He'd kill me before I could turn the doorknob. The indicator above the night elevator door was blinking fast. It was on its way up. The kid was in it, and the instant the door opened, he'd kill me. Right then, I started thinking of Joan.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
Yes, it was beginning to look that way. The elevator passed the 17th floor, 18th, 19th. The little lights were dancing like a string of shooting stars. That kid was coming up fast. I was beginning to feel those bullets tearing into my back.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
With 5 bullet holes in my back. His back. I'd fought my way 34 stories to reach Bailey, and now I wasn't thinking about Bailey.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
As the kid's elevator passed the 32nd floor, I started running for the elevator I'd brought up from the basement. I jumped into it and started down. I didn't want to kill Bailey anymore. I only wanted to get to Joan. Joan was waiting for me when I got to her apartment. She wanted the whole story, everything that happened. When I finished, I watched her relax a little.
Oh, then you didn't kill Bailey.
No, Joan, I didn't kill Bailey.
Oh, police siren. Sounds like it's stopping in front of the house.
Yeah, they came here sooner than I expected.
Sooner than you would... Randy, you've been lying to me. You did kill Bailey. They've come to arrest you. You lied.
I haven't lied, Joan. And they haven't come to arrest me.
What?
They've come to arrest you.
Me?
For the murder of Ted Carter.
Randy, what are you talking about? I didn't...
Oh, yes, you did. You said the wrong thing tonight when I went out to get Bailey.
What do you mean?
You said I'd end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in my back. How did you know about that? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in any of the newspaper stories. You never went to the morgue. There was no way on earth you could have known unless you killed him. I'll be right with you. Well, that's the police, Joan. Any more questions?
Yes. Do you know what it's like to be in love like that? I was willing to do anything for him. Scrub his floor, wash his clothes, give him a good home, anything. But he always kept going back to Laverne. The way I loved him, do you think I could let any other woman...
Okay, boys, I'll let you in. Well, I want you to know one thing, Joan. No matter what you thought, Ted really loved you. You see, Laverne represented his old world. But with you, he was going to have a new life. You remember that, will you? Okay, boys, she's all yours. Yep, that's the story of Ted Carter. Murdered in the name of love. Okay, if that's what love does to you, I'll spring along with Canasta. I'm just feeling low tonight. Because murder is only a symptom of what we're suffering from. The disease is selfishness and jealousy and greed. Too many of us have decided that the golden rule might have been all right for Grandpa, but nowadays the fashionable thing is dog eat dog. Oh, relax, Randy, boy, relax. It's always a tough world at 5 in the morning with a stale cup of coffee and a second-hand ham sandwich at your elbow. Cheer up, kid. Look what's coming up over the loop. The sun. Thank you, Smiling Sam. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Here's a note from the Wheaties people to the people of Reader's Digest. Dear Reader's Digest, thank you for that article you put in your May issue about eating breakfast. Thanks for showing that non-commercial investigators find Americans eating not enough breakfast. Thanks for showing that American women are way off the beam in skipping breakfast. Thanks for showing that breakfast is important for feeling fine and working fine and looking fine. In other words, dear Reader's Digest, thank you for that good article. We think breakfast is important, too. We've been saying for years that Wheaties, breakfast of champions, can help make a better one. We hope everybody who can read will turn to page 73 of your May issue. Sincerely yours, General Mills, makers of Wheaties.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Written and edited by Larry Marcus, with music by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Charles Seal, Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, Gail Bonney, and Bill Conrad. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. And on Wednesday night, listen to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know, it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Listen now for Christopher London on NBC.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the case of the elevator with two bodies. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you all know, is the famous and dreaded detective of Central Police Headquarters who frequently uses a disguise or impersonation to confuse the criminals he is tracking down. In tonight's case, he appears in a particularly clever disguise, which the audience will at all times recognize. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Case of the Elevator with Two Bodies. There's nothing more impatient than a group of people in an office building waiting for an elevator which does not arrive. And on the 6th floor of such a building in the East 40s, 4 or 5 people are watching the indicator, which shows the elevator has been stalled at the 7th floor.
What's the matter with it anyway? What happened to Joe? He never had trouble with that elevator before.
I wonder if anybody's in it besides Joe the elevator boy.
I don't know, but I wish they'd step on it. Some service in this building.
Yeah.
The other elevator busted, and now this one's stuck.
Oh, it's moving. Thank heavens.
Yeah, it's coming down to this floor.
Look, the door is opening, but so slowly.
Say, I wonder if something's the matter with Joe.
Oh, he's covered with blood, and there's a woman lying on the floor. She's been stabbed.
And now, a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, kneeling in the elevator beside the dead woman's body, and he is saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold,
Stabbed to death, Dave. Stabbed 3 times in the chest by someone who must have been standing directly in front of her.
And this elevator operator, Mr. Chameleon, a poor kid was stabbed in the back. Oh, where's that ambulance anyway? Why don't they come?
They'd be too late. Afraid he's almost gone. He's just barely breathing. Joe. Your name is Joe, isn't it, kid? You hear me? Now, try and help us. Who was this woman? Who stabbed her and who stabbed you? Joe?
707. Room 707.
Room 707? Was that where you were taking this dead woman, or did she get on the elevator at the 7th floor? Joe? He's gone, Dave.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. Well, quite a cargo this elevator carried. 2 murdered people and a murderer, of course. Only the murderer got away.
Let me see that woman. Oh, please, please let me see her. I think I may know. I may know who she is.
Mr. Chameleon, did you hear that?
Yes. Let her through, please. I'm Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters.
I'm Mrs. Roger Denby. My husband has an office upstairs.
On the 7th floor?
Yes.
Room 707?
707. Oh, no. No, that's an empty office.
An empty office? That's odd. Mrs. Denby, do you know this murdered woman? Here, I'll raise her veil. Looks like an odd sort of person. Dark clothes and heavily veiled. Well?
It's Madame Lubin.
Who is Madame Lubin?
She's a very fine seamstress. She used to work for Colette. Colette has a fashionable dress shop on the 7th floor of this building, near my husband's office.
You say used to work. Do you mean that she left Colette's employer?
Yes, some time ago. But she was such a good seamstress, I had her come to my house occasionally. She was there only yesterday. Oh, this is awful. Awful.
Mrs. Denby, have you any idea who might have killed this Madame Lubin?
Oh, how on earth would I know who killed her, Mr. Chameleon? What sort of a question is that?
Very good one. I've a great many questions I want to ask you, Mrs. Denby, and your husband and Colette. Everyone, in fact, who has offices on the 7th floor. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
You take Mrs. Denby to her husband's office. I'll join you there as soon as I've talked to Colette, the owner of the fashionable dress shop. And as I've said, Colette, Madame Lubin was found murdered in the elevator in this building.
Mr. Chameleon, you mean Madame Lubin was murdered in this building, in our elevator?
That's right, Colette. And the murderer, I suspect, is still in this building. Now, how long is it since Madame Lubin worked for you in your dress shop?
About a year.
I understand you quarreled violently before she left your employ.
Whoever said that is a liar. We had differences, that's all. I had to let her go.
But you've seen her since. You saw her today.
Who said so?
Answer me.
All right, since you know already. I saw her today.
Colette, at what time did she leave?
About 10:30.
Yet she was not murdered until around 11:30. What was she doing during that hour?
I don't know.
Well, then you suspect. By the way, what is your real name, Colette?
My name is Colette Lafleur, and I've got nothing to hide. Nothing. I have a high-class dress shop with a high-class clientele.
Like Mrs. Roger Denby?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, that is true. She was Rose Colby before she got married.
The heiress? Is that so?
I think Madame Lubin may have seen Mrs. Denby after she left here.
Why do you think that?
I will tell you what Madame Lubin said to me before she left here.
Hmm?
She looked very happy and pleased with herself.
Hmm.
She said she thought Mrs. Denby was going to make her a gift. A gift of money.
Come along, Colette.
Where to?
To Roger Denby's office. I want you to repeat that in front of Mrs. Denby. Well, there aren't many offices on this floor, are there, Colette?
No, Mr. Chameleon, just a few. It's a small building.
What about that one over there, room 707?
What about it?
I'm asking you.
It's an empty office, that's all, Mr. Chameleon. It has been empty for months. Why are you interested?
I am interested in every office on this floor, empty or otherwise, because two people, Madame Lubin and the elevator boy, were murdered in an elevator stopped at this floor. Well, here we are. Denby and Clark, textile designers. Who's Clark?
James Clark, Mr. Denby's partner. He's much younger and good-looking. Too good-looking. There's something about him that makes my skin crawl.
Looking forward to meeting him.
Rose, darling, you've got to control yourself. I know it must have been a shock to see two murdered people, but you can't give way like this.
Mr. Denby?
Yes? Oh, you must be Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective. My wife was telling me.
Mr. Denby, this is terrible, is it not? Madame Lubin and the elevator boy murdered right here in this building.
Yes, Colette, it's shocking.
Sudden death is always shocking. And when two people are murdered...
Oh, please, I can't stand anymore.
My wife is really in a state, Mr. Chameleon. I'd like to take her home.
Well, you can in just a moment, Mr. Denby. First, where is your partner, James Clark?
Oh, well, Jimmy stepped out to get some cigarettes. He hasn't come back.
What time did he leave?
Oh, about 11:15.
In other words, just about the time of the murders.
What, Mr. Chameleon?
Now, look, you don't mean
I
that...
simply mean, Mr. Denby, that I am extremely anxious to meet that young man, your partner. If he doesn't show up soon, I'll order him picked up. Secondly, Colette here has something interesting to tell you. Something that Madame Lubin said to her today. Go ahead, Colette.
Madame Lubin told me, Mrs. Denby, that she was feeling very good. She expected you to give her a gift of money.
A gift of money? Rose, what did she mean?
Yes, Mrs. Denby, what did she mean? Answer me. Why should you give Madame Lubin, the murdered woman, a gift of money?
Madame Lubin did a lot of foolish talking that meant nothing. In many ways, she was a vicious, evil woman. She said a lot of things that no one could believe, a lot of things that must have been lies. And now don't ask me anymore. I just can't take it. I want to go home. I want to go home.
And so you shall, darling. Mr. Chameleon, in the name of decency...
Yes, very well, Mr. Denby. You may take your wife home. Put her to bed and call a doctor. But tomorrow morning, when she's feeling better, I intend to talk to her again.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, what do you make of it?
This empty office, Dave? Oh, it's just an empty office. Bare walls, bare floors, no place to conceal anything. Yet something must have happened here in room 707, or that elevator boy wouldn't have mentioned it with his dying breath.
Yeah, but I was really thinking of Mrs. Denby. What did you make of her?
She knows much more than she's telling. That's one sure thing. Tomorrow morning, Dave, look at this.
What is it?
An empty match folder with J.C. on the cover. James Clark, probably. He's the handsome young man who's Denby's partner, and
Oh, watch it, Mr. Chameleon. Someone's trying the door. They're coming in.
Come in, Mr. Clark. Are you looking for this match folder? I imagine you dropped it earlier in the day.
Well, who are you?
My name is Chameleon.
The famous detective. Well, listen, Mr. Chameleon. I don't know anything about it. That double murder, I mean. I wasn't even in the building.
Where were you, Mr. Clark? You went out for cigarettes, but it doesn't take 2 hours to get a pack of cigarettes.
I took a walk. It's a beautiful day for a walk.
Uh-huh. And why did you come straight here after your return from that walk? Why did you come to this empty office? Because you were afraid someone might find this match folder?
Mr. Chameleon, you can't pin a thing on me, not a thing.
You sound like Colette. She said exactly the same
thing.
Colette,
there's someone you ought to keep your eye on instead of hounding me. There's the girl you're after. Ask her why Madame Lubin came to see you every Friday, mind you, when supposedly they weren't friends.
Mr. Clark, why do you think Madame Lubin saw her every Friday?
Blackmail. Madame Lubin was blackmailing Colette. I'd bet my life on it.
Oh, you would you? You dirty coward.
Colette, so you were listening at the door again?
Yes, I was. I was curious. When I saw you come in... This is not the first time I've seen you come into this empty office.
What do you mean?
Mr. Chameleon.
What do you mean, Colette?
Mr. Chameleon, Madame Lubin always told me she stopped in at Clark and Denby's office to collect Mrs. Denby's dressmaking bills. But listen to this. It was Mr. Clark who paid those bills. And in here, in this empty office, Mr. Clark, who is so good-looking and so much younger than Mr. Denby, and Mrs. Denby, a bride of only 6 months.
Do you mean to say I've been playing around with my partner's wife, and we were paying Madame Lubin hush money?
Were you, Mr. Clark? Is that what you're doing?
No, Mr. Chameleon, no, I swear it. And Rose, Mrs. Denby, will swear it too.
Beginning to look as if Mrs. Denby and I would have quite a bit to talk over tomorrow morning.
And the following morning, at 9 o'clock, Mr. Chameleon and Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold are standing before the door of the gracious Denby home in the East 60s. And Mr. Chameleon has been ringing the bell impatiently.
That Clark fellow looks like a bad one to me, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, he's hiding something, Dave. There's no question of that. So's Colette. I'm convinced now that Mrs. Denby holds the key to the whole riddle. No matter how she's feeling, I've got to talk to her, and I...
Oh, good morning. Morning, Mr. Chameleon.
Morning.
Detective Sergeant Arnold. I thought it might be you. Come in.
How was your wife this morning, Mr. Denby?
Frankly, Mr. Chameleon, I don't yet know. But I'm hoping she had a good night. The doctor gave her a sedative.
Well, I hate disturbing her.
So do I, but you're a policeman, Mr. Chameleon, and 2 people have been murdered. Though I still can't believe that Rose, my wife, knew anything about it. However, she's in here. She slept downstairs last night. This is the guest room. Rose! Rose, dear. Rose! Rose! It's Roger.
Your wife a heavy sleeper, Mr. Denby?
No, not as a rule, but the sedative she took last night, of course. Rose! Rose!
Try the door.
It's locked, Mr. Chameleon. Rose never locks her door. Rose, darling, answer me.
Mr. Denby, we're going to break down that door.
Mr. Chameleon.
Come on, Dave, I don't like this.
Okay.
Rose. Why, that's strange. The window's wide open. The window into the back garden. Rose is still asleep. She didn't even hear us.
No, Mr. Denby. Your wife is not asleep.
What?
She's dead. Been stabbed through the heart.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the elevator with the 2 bodies continues in just a moment. When you have an ordinary headache, fast relief is important. But even more important is gentle, dependable relief. And that's why it will pay you to always use genuine Bayer aspirin. For Bayer aspirin is one thing you can take with complete confidence. No other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. Yes, for the 2 most important kinds of relief, always use genuine Bayer aspirin. Because it's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds, it will bring you the fast relief you want. And because it's reliable, you can take it sure in the knowledge that it will bring you the gentle relief that's important to your health. So whenever you're in pain, don't experiment with drugs that have not stood the test of time. Instead, use something that millions know from experience is completely dependable, genuine Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the elevator with 2 bodies. Mr. Chameleon was convinced that Mrs. Roger Denby held the key to the 2 mysterious murders which took place in the elevator of a downtown office building. And Mrs. Denby's own murder is added proof that she knew far too much about the killer. Now at Central Police Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, is saying,
There's no question of it, Commissioner. Whoever killed Madame Lubin also killed Mrs. Denby, because they were afraid that she was going to talk. The door to the room where Mrs. Denby was sleeping was locked from the inside. Whoever got in entered through the window.
No footprints?
No. Ground was dry. But she kept a diary. I found it in her desk. There's a single entry for the day of Madame Lubin's murder. It said, "I am so afraid of the scandal. I don't think I could face it."
What scandal? A love affair between her and young Clark, her husband's partner? You're convinced that Madame Lubin was a blackmailer?
Mm-hmm. I have no proof, but I...
Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
Commissioner.
Hello, Dave.
Come in, Dave.
Mr. Chameleon, listen to this. I checked on Colette, that dress shop owner, as you asked me to.
Uh-huh.
First of all, she served a term for robbery about 6 years ago.
Uh-huh, go on.
Second, she never carried money on her. Yet every Friday morning, the bank tells me, she's been making out a check for $125 and making it out to cash.
In other words, Madame Lubin. It was on Fridays that Madame Lubin came to see Colette.
Well, Chameleon, there's your proof that Madame Lubin was a blackmailer.
Yes, Commissioner. Roger Denby is a first-rate textile designer. I've inquired around, and he's tops in his field. Young Clark, his partner, is second-rate. It's very important to Clark that their partnership continue.
And he was being blackmailed, too. All of them were in deadly fear of Madame Lubin.
And since Mrs. Denby's brutal murder, there's even a greater fear. Fear of death.
Yes, but Chameleon,
I want to find out something, Commissioner. There's one little point that I'd like to clean up. If I do, it may solve this entire mystery. I am going to assume the disguise of a toothless old derelict. Cyrus Wilson, let's call him.
Derelict?
Yes, Dave. He's been paid a whole $1 to deliver a message. A threat of death from the killer of Madame Lubin and Mrs. Denby. I want to see how young Clark and Colette react to that threat.
And so, later that day, we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as the old derelict Cyrus Wilson, the messenger of death. And first he shuffles into the swanky dress shop of Colette and smiles obsequiously as Colette approaches him.
You tell me where I can find Colette?
I am Colette. What do you want? I do not allow beggars in here.
I ain't begging. I got a whole $1. See? Give me by someone if I'd bring you a message.
A message? What message?
You sure you're Colette?
What is this? What message and who gave it to you?
Can't tell you. I can't tell you who gave it to me. That's part of the bargain. Got a whole $1, see?
What is the message? Tell me.
Unless you're careful, your turn is next.
My turn is next.
Unless you're careful. Don't make much sense to me, but I guess it does to you.
Is this some sort of a joke?
No, ma'am.
It must be. You wretched old tramp, get out of here. Get out!
Lady,
I said get out, and don't ever let me find you here again.
And now Mr. Chameleon, still in his disguise of the old derelict, shuffles down the hall with Colette staring after him. And a few minutes later, we find him in the doorway of the office of Clark and Denby, talking to James Clark.
You Denby?
No, my name is Clark. Mr. Denby's inside. Do you want to see him?
Nope. Want to see Clark. You're Clark, huh?
I said I was. What do you want?
Hey, got a message for you. Somebody give me $1, bring you a message. I can't tell you who. Just give you the message. Here it is. If you ain't careful, your turn is next.
What?
If you ain't careful...
Yes, I heard you the first time.
Right.
What is this? What is this?
I don't know, Mr. Clark. I just giving you a message, that's all. Now, don't look at me like that. I'm just doing what I was paid to do.
And later still, Mr. Chameleon, as himself, is coming up in the office elevator with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. And both men look grim and quietly determined, and Chameleon is saying...
You got all the exits guarded, Dave?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chameleon. The building is closed. No one can leave.
Good. The trick worked, Dave. Just one more little point I'd like to clear up, and I think Colette will help me.
Here you are, gentlemen. 7th floor.
Now remember, don't take anyone down.
No, sir, I won't.
All right, Dave. You go into Clark and Denby's office and join me at Colette's just as soon as you can.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Colette? Colette?
Who is it? Oh, it's you, Mr. Chameleon. I thought it was someone else, an old, what do you call it, bum who has been hanging around here. What is it, Mr. Chameleon? Wasn't it terrible about Mrs. Denby? I've been having nerves all day long.
I should think you would. Colette, I want you to tell me something. Why did Madame Lubin come here to your dress shop to work for you?
What?
How did Madame Lubin happen to come here? Was she sent to you by an employment agency, or did she just walk in?
Why, she just walked in, Mr. Chameleon. She said she was a seamstress looking for work.
Did she give any other reason?
I don't know what you mean.
Now think hard, Colette. Try to remember and don't lie. Now, this is important. Terribly important.
Why, yes. Come to think of it, she said something queer. It was quite a while ago, but I do remember. She smiled a funny little smile, and she said she picked my place because it was in the same building with Clark and Denby.
Thank you, Colette. That is all I needed to know.
Here they are, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, fine, Dave. Hello, Mr. Clark, Mr. Denby.
What do you want now, Chameleon? I've had enough for one day. Mr. Denby, tell him I've had enough for one day.
James, please. You've nothing to be afraid of. Mr. Chameleon, couldn't this have waited until tomorrow? I've spent the day cleaning up my affairs at the office.
I understand. After your wife's funeral, you want to get away. Well, Mr. Denby, I know who murdered your wife and Madame Lubin, and that elevator boy.
What? Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean it? Are you sure? Because I'd like to say right here and now that nothing will convince me that James is guilty.
Mr. Denby, I have a motto, a very good one. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. If your partner, James Clark, is innocent, he'll be protected.
If he is innocent?
Yes, I know, Colette. You sincerely think that he's guilty. I tried a little experiment today. I posed as an old derelict, bringing a threat of death.
Oh, you mean
that was you?
And you, Colette, believed that threat came from James Clark. You glanced toward the office of Denby and Clark with a look of the utmost terror on your face.
But, Mr. Chameleon, you delivered the same message to me.
I did, Mr. Clark. And you never thought that Colette was the killer, that she might have sent the message. You glanced over your shoulder back into your own office with the same look of terror. It was Roger Denby that you feared.
Me?
Yes, Mr. Denby, or Dawson. Ray Dawson was your name in Europe, wasn't it?
I think you're out of your mind.
Your name was Ray Dawson, and you had a wife whom you deserted 10 years ago, and that wife was Madame Lubin.
Madame Lubin?
I discovered this, of course, by checking on her background. Madame Lubin followed you here to America, Denby. She had no way of tracing you except through your profession. She knew you were a top-flight textile designer, and she finally found you. Ray Dawson, or Roger Denby, they were the same.
No, you're crazy.
Meanwhile, you had become engaged to Rose Colby, the heiress. You married her. Madame Lubin blackmailed you both, and that was the scandal that Rose feared, that Madame Lubin would reveal the fact that your marriage to Rose was bigamous.
This is fantastic. I suppose next you'll be accusing me of murder.
I am accusing you of murder, Denby. You met Madame Lubin in room 707, the empty room on this floor. You quarreled bitterly. You followed her into the elevator, and in a rage you stabbed her, and then the elevator boy. Unfortunately, your wife Rose also knew the truth. You were afraid that she'd betray you, so you killed her, too.
But her room was locked from the inside. You saw that yourself, Chameleon.
It was a very simple matter for you to climb down from your bedroom on the floor above and enter the room where she was through the garden window.
No. It's a pack of lies. I deny the whole thing. I am Roger Denby, not Ray Dawson, and I was not being blackmailed.
Ray Dawson's picture is being cabled from Europe, and if necessary, we'll bring some of your old friends over to identify her.
James, do you believe that?
I think he does, Denby, since it was James Clark who acted as go-between and paid off Madame Lubin.
Oh, now, really?
He suspected that there was something terribly wrong, but he didn't dare protest. The partnership meant too much to him.
James, tell him it's fantastic. Tell him.
Well,
Mr. Clark, just remember that Colette saw you giving money to Madame Lubin.
That is true. I did.
So, tell me, Mr. Clark, were you the innocent go-between? Now, are you willing to testify that Mr. Denby gave you money with instructions to turn it over to Madame Lubin? Now, think carefully before you answer. Your future will depend on it.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Mr. Denby did give me the money for Madame Lubin.
Why, you rotten little coward! I'll kill you!
No.
I'll kill you!
No, you won't. Drop that knife. Drop it, I say, or I'll kill you. That's better. All right, Mr. Denby. I arrest you for the murder of both your wives. and for the wanton killing of an innocent bystander.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. When you seek fast relief from an ordinary headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain, use quick-acting Bayer aspirin. As you can see for yourself by dropping a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water, Bayer aspirin starts to dissolve or disintegrate in 2 seconds. It does the same in your stomach, and because of this amazing 2-second disintegrating action, Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly you take it to bring you really fast relief from pain. And remember, besides quick relief, Bayer aspirin also means reliable relief. No other pain reliever can match Bayer aspirin's record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So when you buy, always ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin, never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Firebug Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney.
Friends, there's a new toothpaste on the market that you'll want to try. It's called Lion's Toothpaste. And it's not just another old toothpaste with an added ingredient, but is completely new and radically different in formula. For this reason, new Lion's Toothpaste does what no other toothpaste can do. Yes, laboratory tests on scores of individual teeth prove that it actually gets teeth brighter. 2.5 to 5.5 times brighter than any of the 5 leading brands. Brighter by far than any other toothpaste. So for a brighter smile, try this toothpaste that cleans without soap, polishes without chalk. Lion's Toothpaste.
Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Firebug Murder Case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. With us in Hollywood tonight as star is Mr. Otto Kruger, whose career on the screen and on the stage has afforded him a precisely equal number of appearances as a character on the right and on the wrong side of the law. Whether the man Mr. Kruger portrays tonight is devil or saint, we shall leave for you to judge when the play is over. It is called After Dinner Story. The author is Cornell Woolrich, the radio adapter Robert L. Richards. And so, with the performance of Otto Kruger as Mr. Hardecker, who told this extraordinary after-dinner story, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Hardecker's residence? I believe I'm expected for dinner, please.
Your name, sir?
Kenshaw is my name.
Very good, sir. Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Kenshaw, sir.
Ah, number 1. Good evening, Mr. Kenshaw.
Is this where Mr. Hardecker lives? My name is Lambert.
Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Lambert.
Number 2.
My name is Prendergast. I think
Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Prendergast.
Number 3.
Mackenzie's the name. Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Mackenzie.
Number 4. One, 2, 3, 4. So you're all here, gentlemen?
Yes.
Then suppose we go into dinner, and after dinner I shall tell you why you are here, what I have in mind. In fact, I shall tell you in the form of a story, a sort of after-dinner story.
All right. That's a great cup of coffee. I enjoyed it. You passed that?
Well, gentlemen, did you enjoy your dinner?
Yeah, it was swell.
Then, if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I have certain instructions to give the servants, and after that I shall rejoin you. I shan't be long.
Certainly. Well, what did that crack mean? Certain instructions to the servant.
How should I know? I don't like the looks of the whole thing. Why all the mystery?
Well, I suggest that you have patience, Mr. Prendergast. Mr. Hardecker clearly intends to tell us in his own good time. Yeah. And another thing. I don't eat in those fancy Park Avenue joints as a rule myself, but I've seen them in the movies. They always pass the food around to everybody. They don't bring it out of the kitchen already on your plate and just hand it to you. Well, what possible difference can that make? Well, I don't know, but I know it ain't right.
No. None of it's right. Why does a man invite 4 perfect strangers to dinner? What is this thing he has in mind for us he keeps talking about?
Well, all I know, he says he'll make it worth our while, and I can use a little of that worth your while stuff, the way business has been lately.
Obviously, the connection between us is that we were all in that elevator a year ago. Oh, what of it? There's no mystery about that. The police cleared that up the very next day.
Maybe Mr. Hardecker doesn't think so.
Sorry to have kept you, gentlemen. Now, suppose we get down to business.
Mr. Hardecker, none of us wish to seem rude, but we were just wondering what this business is all about.
You had come to the obvious conclusion, of course, that it has to do with my son.
Well, yeah.
I don't see why we're all sorry, naturally, but that's all over and done with.
Yes,
and
almost. But there are 1 or 2 little details that I thought you gentlemen might help me to clarify.
Oh, sure.
Oh, well.
Fine. Yeah. Well, then, if you don't mind, I know you must remember most of it, but it's almost a year ago. I'd like to go over the whole story from the beginning.
Well, that's all right.
Well, it was just before 5 in the afternoon on August 30th of last year when the matter which concerns us here this evening had its beginning. And on that day, and at that time, all 4 of you, perfect strangers, who had never seen each other before in your lives, found yourselves, for personal and business reasons of your own, on various floors of the Norfolk building in Midtown Manhattan, waiting for the express elevator to take you to the lobby. The first passengers were on the 21st floor.
21, going down, please. Express car, going down.
There are now 3 men in the elevator. The operator, Mr. Kenshaw and Mr. Lambert, who had gotten on at the 21st floor.
18. Going down, please. Face the doors, please. Going down.
Now there are 5 men in the car. Mr. Prendergast and Mr. Mackenzie had entered the elevator at the 18th floor.
15. Express car to the lobby. Going down, please.
Say hello to Eleanor for me.
You bet. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
6 men in the elevator. The last to enter, I had accompanied to the elevator door myself. He was my son.
These things drop pretty fast. Too fast for me. Hey, this baby is moving. Hey, look! We can't stop it.
We're out of control! Stop it! Look out, we're going to hit!
Oh,
Get off!
Stop it! Do something!
Anybody got a match?
I think my leg's broken.
Get me out of here. I got a wife and kids. Somebody get me out of here. Get me out
Shut
of
up
here.
a minute, can't you? You're not the only one with a wife and kids. Has anybody got a match? You've got to get this door open. Yeah.
I don't have it.
I'm liable to suffocate in here. These things are practically airtight. Where's the operator?
Operator, he's over here. I can feel the braid on his coat against my hand.
Oh. Hey, what about it, Bud? You got a match so I can see what I'm doing here? Hey, operator.
He's dead.
Dead? Why doesn't somebody come? What's the matter with them? Why don't they come?
Pipe down, will you? Pipe down. There. Yeah, I got it. Now we'll get a little air anyway. Oh, there's a light up there somewhere. Yeah. I can hear voices. Yeah, you hear them?
Help! Help!
Say, there's no use yelling your head off. They know we're down here. Yeah.
I wish my leg didn't hurt so bad.
Oh, let's see. Try wrapping your shirt around it tight. May stop some of the pain.
Thanks.
Yeah, easy.
Now what?
Nothing. Just sit and wait. That's all.
Why don't they hurry? What are they waiting for? Why don't they
Take
hurry?
it easy. Take it easy. You could be worse off.
Worse off?
Yeah. Like this poor guy, the operator. He's dead.
And so you waited. 6 men, 5 living, 1 dead. I know how it must have been for all of you, the minutes dragging by, there in the darkness, with nothing to do but wait.
How's your leg?
Better. How long do you suppose we've been down here?
No, it's hard to tell.
Maybe they think we're all dead. Maybe they're just taking their time.
Don't worry. They heard you hollering all right.
But
Gee, the poor guy. I wonder if he had any kids.
The operator? Yeah.
I often wondered sometimes what would happen if one of these things ever slipped.
Well, now you know. I'll never ride in one again.
So he's going to walk up 68 stories to the Rainbow Room.
I don't go to the Rainbow Room.
Oh, I'm certainly glad my father didn't get on this car with me. He was going to, but he changed his mind.
Wish I'd changed my mind. You know, if I hadn't gone back to make a phone call, I'd have been on another car.
What's the use of wishing? Okay, it's happened, and here we are.
Yeah, listen, there they are.
They're going to get us out.
Yeah. Hello! Hello up there!
Yeah, we're coming to you. Take it easy.
Hurry, can't you hurry? Hurry.
Yeah, we'll hurry. Anybody hurt?
Yeah, one guy's dead.
Oh. We'll be through to you in a minute. Okay, Riley, let it on now.
Look at that light up there.
Acetylene torches.
Yeah, they're going to cut a hole in the roof.
What a racket.
Oh, I'm nearly deaf already.
Listen, you guys. We're coming through, see? Watch out for sparks. Shut your eyes and stand back against the wall.
Okay.
I never knew those things made so much noise.
It's because we're closed in.
No! What was that?
I don't know.
I thought I heard somebody holler.
Yeah, so did I.
Must have been one of those guys up above.
Those sparks are enough to blind you.
Well, don't look at them. They will blind you.
One went right by in front of my face, right across the car.
They couldn't have. They're dropping down.
Did you see it? It was awful bright.
Oh, just a reflection. Don't look at it.
I guess they got it cut through.
Phew, yeah. They couldn't have stood much more of that.
They're pulling off the top. It won't be long now.
All right. Stand clear down there. I'm going to jump down.
Yeah, cop.
And no cop ever looked lovelier.
All right. Pass them ropes down now. Okay, hold it. All right. Who's first now? Who's the worst hurt of you all? How about this fella?
Now, that's the operator. He's dead.
Hey, look. Those other 2 guys have both passed out.
Yeah, shocking. Yes.
Officer, I've got to get out of here. I feel pretty bad.
Hey, hold your horses. There's nothing wrong with you.
But
That man's got a broken leg then.
Who's got a broken leg?
I have, I think.
All right. Can you sit in this rope sling here?
I'll try.
Now, hang on with both your hands.
I'll be all right.
Okay. Pull him up.
Well, so long, fellas.
Take care of that leg.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. My name's Lambert.
And mine's Mackenzie. Maybe we'll run into each other sometime.
Yeah. Well,
So long.
All right, let me have that rope now. Well, who's next now?
Well, maybe you better take those two guys that passed out. They might be hurt.
Why, sure. How about this young fella?
Sure. He got a little blood on him, hasn't he?
He has that.
Glass from the light fixtures, I guess.
Well, I don't think it's serious.
You don't, eh?
No, he seemed to be all right.
Well, whatever he seemed to be, he's not now. This man is dead.
Dead? Oh, but he can't be.
Look here, my lad, you don't seem to realize that you've come through a pretty serious accident.
I know, but he can't be dead. We heard him talking just a few minutes ago. Isn't that right?
Yes, I heard him.
Well, sure. He was talking to us here in the dock. He said something about being glad his father wasn't on this
I
elevator.
can't help what he said or what you heard him say. This man is dead.
My son, who had survived the original accident without apparent injury, was dead. You gentlemen were more fortunate. You lived. 5 days later, you four met again with the police headquarters, about 2:30 on a Friday afternoon. The last to arrive was Mr. Lambert.
In here, Mr. Lambert.
Thanks. Hello there.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, how's the leg?
Pretty good. Mr. Lambert?
That's right.
I'm Chief Inspector McMahon.
I do.
We'll just take a seat there. Well, we all here now? Mr. Kenshaw, Mr. Prendergast, Mr. McKenzie,
That's
Mr.
me.
Lambert.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, as I told each of you over the phone, I won't keep you very long. I just wanted to ask a few routine questions about that business of the elevator the other day.
Well, what's the matter? Something phony about it?
Not for our money. It's an open and shut case. Suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah. You mean the operator wanted to bump himself off so he could...
No, not the operator. He died of a fractured skull. It's young Hardiker we're interested in. His father's been raising a row, so we said we'd investigate, but...
I still don't get it.
Wesley Hardiker was killed by a .32 caliber bullet through the heart.
What?
You mean he killed himself right in that car with all of us...
What else? He wasn't shot when he walked in, and he was dead when we brought him out. Unless one of you killed him.
Whoa.
No. Any of you know him?
No.
Well, then there you are. Even the father had to admit that as far as he knew, his son had never seen any of you before in his life.
But it don't make sense.
What don't make sense?
Well, I mean, a guy shooting himself in an elevator with 4 other people that nobody didn't even know it.
Did any of you hear the shot?
Well, not before they started the blowtorches. I could swear to that. You couldn't have heard one anyway.
Yeah, you see.
Hey, wait a minute.
Did you hear something?
No. But Mackenzie, remember I said when I was laying on the floor of the elevator that I thought I saw it spark from one of those blowtorches that went across the car instead of falling down?
That's right.
Anybody else see it?
The blowtorches were absolutely blinding. You couldn't see a...
How about you, Mr. Kenshaw?
I'm afraid that I fainted or something silly like that. I'm not a very strong person.
Well, it was probably the gunshot, all right. Nothing very mysterious about it. The gun belonged to young Hardiker, licensed in his name, and had only his own fingerprints on it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't ask, but why did he do it?
The official verdict is suicide while of unsound mind.
He seemed all right. He talked to us perfectly sensibly just before it happened.
Just goes to show. You never can tell, can you?
Oh, he'd always been nervous and highly strung. We got that out of his father. The strain of being down in that black pit was just too much for him, that's all.
Oh, but what a terrible thing. To break down just as we were about to be rescued.
Yeah, it's too bad. Boys seem to have everything to live for, too. But we find that sort of thing all the time.
The noise, I suppose. I've read of cases of nervous breakdown caused by noise.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I guess I don't need to keep you gentlemen any longer.
Well, I'm certainly glad there were no complications.
Oh, don't worry. If one of you had anything to do with it, you'd be back in the cell right now.
That was almost a year ago. Last week, each of you received a phone call from me. I can well understand and sympathize with the fact that you were somewhat astonished, perhaps a little suspicious of what you heard. I don't doubt that most of you debated at some length in your minds the advisability of accepting my invitation at all. You, for instance, Mr. Mackenzie, you are married, as I remember. I imagine that you talked quite seriously with your wife about the whole affair. I phoned your home, I believe, at about 8:30 last Monday evening.
Yes? This is Mr. Mackenzie speaking. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't seem to place you. Oh, of course, Mr. Hardigan. Well, frankly, I don't see the point. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Yeah? Yeah, I see. Well, all right, Mr. Hardiker. I'll be there. That's a funny one.
Who was it, dear?
His name is Hardiker. The father of that boy who killed himself in the elevator last year.
Oh? Well, what did he want?
He wants me to come to dinner with him on Saturday at his home.
Why, how lovely. He's a very important man, isn't he? Did he ask both of us?
No. As a matter of fact, he's asking the 4 men who were in that elevator with his son when he died.
What a strange idea. It seems sort of gruesome to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Didn't he say anything?
Oh, he said quite a lot.
Well, what did he say?
I was just thinking.
Oh, now, please, Stephen, don't sit there and be so tantalizing. What did he say?
Well, he said something about his son's estate. Seems his son had quite a lot of money in his own right. The old man said he didn't need it, and there weren't any other relations, and... Well, he sort of hinted that he thought it might be a good idea to split it up between the 4 men who were with his son in his last moments of life, as he put it.
Why, Stephen, how wonderful. Why, aren't you excited? How much is it? Do you suppose it's a lot of money?
I don't know.
Why, it might be several $1,000s. It might be several $100,000. Oh, Stephen, what's the matter with you?
Well, just such a crazy thing to do, that's all.
I don't see that makes any difference. If a man wants to do a nice, kind, generous thing...
Look, honey, if it was generosity, he'd give it to charity. If it was a sort of memorial to his son, he'd set up a scholarship or build a hospital or something.
Well...
The old man was pretty broken up about it when it happened. I remember reading something about his being in a sanitarium for a while afterwards. And he never did believe the verdict of suicide. The police as much as told us that at the time. How do I know he doesn't think one of us killed the boy?
Oh, that's absurd.
All right. But anybody who's crazy enough to divide up a wad of dough between 4 perfect strangers is crazy enough to think a perfect stranger killed his son.
Oh, why, that...
Maybe he thinks we all did it. Maybe he's wacky and has some crazy idea about revenge and is going to use the dough as bait to get us all together.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Perhaps you ought not to go.
I already said I would. Why, anyway, maybe it's on the level.
Stephen, do you still have that gun you used to have when you worked at the bank?
Yeah, I have it there.
I think you ought to take it with you Saturday night.
Honey, I think you've got something there. I think that's a very good idea.
And so, gentlemen, I'm quite gratified that you all saw fit to accept my rather unique invitation, and that we are all here together this evening. By the way, Mr. Mackenzie, I'm afraid I must ask you to give me that gun that you brought along.
So that's it.
And, Mr. Mackenzie, you will notice that one of my servants who is standing in the door directly behind you has got you covered, is the phrase, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
How did you know?
Why, the butler sort of patted all your pockets when you removed your coats, but aside from that, I've spent most of my waking hours during the past year looking into the backgrounds of all you gentlemen.
So I was right about this setup after all.
Now, look here, Mr. Hardecker. I came here tonight in perfectly good faith. I even canceled a very important business appointment.
With Mr. Joseph Donahue of Celluloid Products.
Yeah.
All right, let's cut out the mystery. What's this all about?
Yes,
Really,
what's
Mr.
the
Hardiker,
idea?
No, wait a minute. One moment, gentlemen, one moment.
But,
I didn't ask you up here under false pretenses. I fully intend to divide my son's estate precisely as I suggested over the phone. I sincerely hope you don't resent my investigation of your backgrounds.
Well, gee, Mr. Hardecker, my background isn't much, I guess, but...
Perhaps we all owe you an apology, Mr. Hardaker, but you must admit the whole thing's been a little strange.
It has indeed been very strange. I think, however, that phase of the matter is about over. Now, before we get down to business, there is one detail that I'd like you to help clear me up.
Why, sure, we'll be glad.
Shall I bring it in now, sir?
If you please. Is it well mixed?
Yes, sir.
In the center of the table. Thank you, Johnson. Now, please see that we are not disturbed on any account whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Say, that looks good. What is it?
Oh, it's got quite a number of things in it. White of egg, mustard, milk.
It sounds like an antidote for poison.
It is an antidote for poison.
A what?
Gentlemen, there is a murderer in this room. One of you killed my son and hasn't paid for it yet.
Oh, don't be a fool. The coroner's verdict was suicide.
This is not a discussion, Mr. Mackenzie. This is an execution.
I'm getting out of here.
There is a man with a gun outside each door. You'll find them very unreceptive to that idea, Mr. Prendergast.
Sit down. He's got us. Well, the only thing we can do is try to talk a little sense into
I'm
it.
not open to arguments, Mr. Mackenzie. One of you killed my son. I know who that man is. It's taken me a year to find out, but I now know. The food that man ate tonight was poison.
Yeah, now, but
In
poison.
10 minutes, he'll drop dead.
You can't take the law into your own hands that way.
Unfortunately, the law demands a very specific type of evidence. The police, whom I consulted repeatedly, do not believe it possible to get a conviction on the evidence I have. And therefore, the conviction must come tonight.
Well, you wouldn't dare. You couldn't kill a man in cold blood that way.
There is an alternative, Mr. Prendergast.
Hmm?
It is there in the center of the table. The antidote.
Oh.
The murderer may either confess his crime by drinking the contents of that bowl, or he may keep silent and go to his death here tonight, privately executed for what cannot be publicly proved.
But they could send you to the chair for that.
I am quite aware of that contingency, Mr. Crenshaw, and quite willing to accept the consequences. But the murderer will have gone to his death before me.
But how do we know you poisoned the right...
The murderer knows, Mr. Prendergast. The rest need have no fear.
Hey, I think the guy's crazy. Maybe he poisoned all of us. Look, Mr. Hardiker, this whole thing is insane. Nobody killed your son.
As to that, we shall shortly see, Mr. Mackenzie. The man who killed my son has approximately 7 minutes to live.
7 minutes? It's me. I know it's me he's poisoned. My whole insides are on fire. It's me he's
Don't
poisoned.
fall for it unless you're sure. The whole thing may be a gag.
I assure you, nothing has ever been more serious, Mr. Mackenzie.
You know, I don't feel so good myself.
Neither do I. Probably just indigestion. After dinner, a story like this is enough to give indigestion to a horse.
No kidding. Hey, supposing this guy's a maniac. Suppose he just made it all up in his own head and poisoned all of us.
Listen, Mr. Hardiker. Let me just tell you this. If I come out of this alive, I'm going to beat your brains out of it. It's the last thing I do.
I can't stand it. Mr. Hardiker, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. I didn't do it.
Shut up.
5 more minutes.
Hey, I feel awful. Maybe we all ought to take some of that stuff, just in case. Yeah, that's it. We'll all take that.
Yeah? Who'll take it first?
Unfortunately, gentlemen, there's only enough antidote for one.
Even if you're right, Hardiker, this is no way to do.
This is my way.
You're crazy, I tell you, crazy.
Perhaps. Have you a son?
Kenshaw. Will it save me?
Well, gentlemen, now you know.
All right. All right, what do I care? I killed him. And I do it again. I hated him all my life. In school, in college, he never even knew that I existed. He was too good for someone like me. And he had everything. Everything. Money, everything. Then he married the girl that I loved. She didn't know how I felt. I never told her. And then she died. Pneumonia, they said. She wouldn't have died if she hadn't married him. So I killed him. I saw him get into the elevator. And then it fell. It fell. It was as though God had delivered it into my hand. It came to me there in the dark. I
choked him. I choked him, and then he got out his gun, and I put my hand over his, and I turned it against him and fired. But I'm glad. I'm glad.
Look! Help him, somebody. Help him. Here. Hold up his head. Yeah. Never mind. He's dead.
It didn't work in time.
You killed him, Hardiker.
No, I didn't.
I tell you, he's dead.
Yes, I know. But what he drank was not the antidote. It was the poison.
The poison?
You see, I didn't exactly know which of you killed my son. I only knew that one of you must have. And so Robert Kenshaw convicted himself in front of all of you and was his own executioner.
Well, then, he was never poisoned at all until...
Until he drank the contents of that bowl.
Gee.
I shall divide the estate, gentlemen, as I promised. Meanwhile, you may call the police if you like. Let the law and divine providence decide whether this man died by my hand or by the guilt that lay upon his own soul.
And so closes After Dinner Story by Cornell Woolrich, starring Otto Kruger. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is the man in black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be Gene Lockhart in the suspense play called Statement of Employee Henry Wilson. The producer of Suspense is William Spear, who tonight also directed the broadcast, and who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morrowick, conductor and composer, and Robert L. Richards, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Make a note on your calendar that beginning December 2nd, Suspense will come to you on Thursday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, 7 p.m. Central Wartime, and 6 p.m. Mountain Wartime. Remember, Suspense will be heard on Thursday nights beginning December 2nd. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Dick Hames in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a man who watched a murder committed and couldn't get away to tell about it. It's called Pigeon in the Cage. Our star, Mr. Dick Hames. This is Harlow Wilcox, and I would like... Hey, Hap, stop horning in.
But, Harlow, that horn is part of my car's electrical system.
And, Hap, that electrical system goes to work the instant you press the starter button and continues every second your engine runs. In addition, whether your engine is running or not, it works every time you blow your horn, turn on your lights, radio, heater, or electric windshield wiper.
Must be right at all times, eh, Harlow?
It sure must have. So, friends, that's why it's so important to treat the electrical system of your car to a periodic checkup. Regardless of the make of car you own, make it a point to see your authorized Autolite service station or your car dealer regularly. You can quickly locate your nearest authorized Autolite service station in the classified section of the phone book under Automobile Electrical Service, or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite presents transcribed Pigeon in the Cage, starring Mr. Dick Hames, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I'm Gerald Brewer, and I'm 31 years old. I'm a paper hanger, and I've got a wife. I got a kid on the way, and I'd like to be home now. I wish I were out of here. Right under the button here, it says for emergency ring, but nothing happens. I've been ringing this bell for the last hour, and nothing happens. Nobody's home, I know that. But I don't know what else to do except ring this bell. I'm stuck in an elevator between the first and second floor. The overhead light went out a few minutes ago. I can hardly see. This elevator isn't very big. It'd hold 3 or 4 people. There's a lever here for floor stops. But something's going wrong. The elevator won't move. There are 2 buttons here. One that rings the bell, the other for emergency stops. Overhead, maybe about 8 feet from the floor, is a little door. Maybe about 6 inches square. I don't know what that's for. It's a pretty old elevator in a pretty old house. I can't squeeze out of it, that's for sure. 3 walls of this thing's are cherry wood. In front of it is a folding iron gate. I got on it on the 4th floor where I was papering. That was 5 o'clock. I was quitting work. Then the elevator got stuck and nobody's home. Been yelling my lungs out, ringing on the bell, calling for Mrs. Rogers, who owns this house, pounding on the wall, but nobody's home. Nobody's home, and I'm stuck. The elevator's stuck right on the 1st floor above the living room. So lying down like this, I can see into it, through a gap no bigger than a 1/4 inch. Worried a little about my wife, because she'll worry. But there's nothing I can do but wait and relax and wait. That's what woke me. Someone was home and talking, and I was going to yell out and let them know I was stuck in the elevator right above their heads.
You're satisfied now, aren't you? That's the only way to do it.
All right, all right.
You're nervous. You agreed to it once. Kill her. I'll kill her when she gets home. You all right? You all right, Janice?
When your wife's dead, I'll be all right.
Yeah. Hey, I'll put on some records. Relax you. Help the waiting.
Harry,
You know what?
what about the gun?
Oh, don't worry.
Do me a favor, will you, Harry? Let me worry. Let me know what...
Ah,
Oh, sure, I'm nervous.
the gun's upstairs, 2nd floor, my bedroom. Listen, Janice, you don't even have to be here when it happens.
When's your wife coming home?
Soon. Look, want a drink?
Baby, I don't know.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen. Mix a drink.
I don't know who the girl is. I never saw her before. What I could make out of her looking through the gap is she's a lot younger than Mr. Rogers. Oh, that was Mr. Rogers. I knew that right away without looking at him. I remembered his voice because we'd had a discussion about wallpaper pattern 1216B, Sunday strollers in the park for the library on the 4th floor. Well, if he was going to kill his wife, and I just heard about it, what do you think he'd do to me? All I had to do was yell out and let him know I'd heard. Listen, I got a wife and a kid on the way. I'm a guy who figures on hanging a lot more paper before he dies. My family expects it of me. Besides, what am I supposed to do? Yell out? Hey, I'm hanging up here in the elevator and I just heard what you said? How do I know Mr. Rogers wouldn't kill me? What do I do? I'll just stay here and hope I can think of something.
Better? Better, Janice?
The drink did it. I'm fine.
What should we do?
What do you mean?
Waiting.
No, I don't mind. I feel fine.
We left the party. We were dancing.
I feel fine, Harry.
Come on, honey. Come on. Da-dee-ya-da-da. You remember the... Hey, Janice.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Let's not laugh, that's all. Let's not do anything to make the other one laugh.
Now who's nervous?
She ought to be coming home soon.
Let go of me.
Now, look.
Nothing wrong, Harry. Just right now, let go of me.
Okay. I'll go upstairs and get the gun. Come on. Oh, that thing's stuck again.
What?
Oh, the elevator. The door down the basement keeps swinging it open and stops it. Darn thing's stuck.
Well, sure it's stuck. Look right over your head.
Oh, yeah.
Harry,
What?
Suppose someone's in that elevator.
You kidding?
Suppose someone's in that elevator.
Oh,
Harry.
how could anyone...
Well, tell me how it got stuck.
How do I know how it got stuck?
Someone's on that elevator and heard everything we said.
Oh, look, it's happened 100 times before. Suppose the elevator were upstairs and I stood here and rang for it. The elevator'd start, but if the basement door swung open, the elevator'd stop, you see.
All right.
You satisfied?
All right.
Happened to my wife. She walked instead of closing the door in the basement. Happens all the time.
All right.
Gun's in the bedroom. I'll walk upstairs and get it.
Mr. Rogers went to get the gun. I could hear him go into his bedroom where yesterday I papered with the hunters on horseback pattern. I watched the girl he called Janice. She sat on the sofa for a little while, and she got up, folded her arms, and walked around the room. She stopped in front of the elevator.
Anybody in there? Anybody in there?
She kept looking at the gap where the floor of the elevator was a quarter inch above the top of the door. But the light was out in the elevator, and it was black. And I hugged the far wall, and she couldn't see me. Mr. Rogers came back then.
Still not satisfied, are you?
What do you mean?
Looking at the elevator.
Oh, I'm satisfied.
Well,
I tell you, I'm okay.
would it make you feel better if I went down to the basement, shut the door down there, and start the elevator, and you'd see?
Forget it.
Make you feel better, wouldn't it?
Leave me alone, will you?
Janice.
Stop it, Harry, please.
You want to forget it, Janice, do you? Go back to the party?
No.
Well, listen.
Harry, I told you.
Listen, I'll go down and close the elevator door down in the basement.
Yes.
That's what's upsetting you, isn't it? You're afraid someone's in there.
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so instead
Please
of all...
go downstairs and close the... Harry.
Yeah, it's her. You wait.
Yes.
She's got to open the garage door. Janice, we're going to have to hurry. Make it look like a robbery.
All right, Harry.
She keeps her jewels in the safe. Watch out, Janice.
Don't push me.
You're standing in the way. The safe's behind that picture.
Just tell me to move and I'll move. Don't push me anymore,
All
Harry.
right, I'm sorry. 12 to the right. 18th. 15th.
Harry, the phone.
I know it's the phone. Well, go on, answer it.
What?
Answer it. Say you're Mrs. Rogers. Get rid of whoever it is in a hurry. Go on, say you'll call back.
Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Rogers. Who? Paper hanger? No. I'm sure of it. Yes, goodbye. Harry?
What is it?
Was there a paper hanger here?
Place is being papered. Why?
That was his wife, Mrs. Brewer. He's not home. She expected him home hours ago. She knew he was here. Harry?
Hey, Brewer. You in there? Well, what about it, Brewer? You in there? Okay, Brewer, don't bother to answer. I'll find out whether you're in there. And if you are, you're dead.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dick Hames in Pigeon in the Cage. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, Autolite has had a lot of experience in building electrical systems, right?
Only 42 years, Hap.
42 years?
That's right. Back in 1911, Autolite developed the first 2-unit, 6-volt electrical system ever used as original equipment. And today, Autolite designs and builds modern and complete electrical systems for many of our finest makes of cars, trucks, tractors, airplanes, and boats.
That's a lot of electrical systems, Harlow.
It sure is, Hap. And yet every unit is precision-built to operate as a team. That includes the generator, starting motor, distributor, coil, voltage regulator, spark plugs, battery, and all their thousands of component parts. They're all related by Autolite engineering, design, and manufacturing skill to give you the finest performance money can buy.
And that's a lot of performance.
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, be sure you get the best for your Autolite-equipped car. Always insist on Autolite original service parts when replacements are needed. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dick Haymes in Elliot Lewis's production of Pigeon in the Cage, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not sure.
he's in there. He's in that elevator, and he knows what we did. Harry.
Wait a second, will you? Hey, Brewer. You heard what I said, didn't you? If you're in there, I'll kill you. Janice, get me a chair. Maybe if I stand on it, I can see him. Brewer. Brewer, you won't be able to hide in there for very long, Brewer.
Can you see him, Harry?
I don't know. It's black in there, and there's a slit I have to look through. Turn off that music, will you?
What's the music?
Turn it off!
Harry.
What?
Listen, Harry. We're getting panicky, both of us. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe the paper hanger just stopped at the corner bar and got loaded and never got home. Maybe...
We gotta find out. We gotta get out of here, Janice. Get back to the party. I'll walk down to the basement, close the elevator door, and bring it down.
All right.
You wait here.
Harry.
Go on, pour yourself a drink, Janice. You look terrible.
Why don't you just wait to hear what I have to say?
All right, what do you want?
Take the gun with you, in case he's there.
Sometimes, well, what I was going to say, it was my wife's fault for calling. For being worried. For being such a good wife. If she hadn't called, Mr. Rogers and that girl would have gone away. Isn't it a shame the way we always blame somebody else when we're in trouble? One thing I was sure of. Mr. Rogers had a gun in his hand, and the other thing I was sure of, he wasn't kidding. Positive he wasn't kidding. The man who's just killed his wife in the garage isn't the kidding type. And here's what he was about to do. Close the basement elevator gate, push the button, and bring the elevator down. Then he was going to open the door, see me, and shoot me. I'm a man with a family, like I said, and I got to go in business, paper hanging. There are a lot of things I enjoy in life, so I don't want to die. You know what my life depended on in that instant? The button marked emergency stop. Mr. Rogers closes the gate and tries to bring the elevator down to the basement. And me inside the elevator, I keep my finger on the emergency stop button. And nothing happens. The elevator doesn't move, I mean.
Janice,
What's the matter?
you doing anything up there?
What? What do you mean?
Or pressing a button or anything?
I'm not doing anything, Harry.
Something's wrong.
What?
Oh, with the motor, I don't know. Just in case, I'm going to leave this door open. Yeah, I'm coming up.
Mister? Mister, if you're in there. Mister? If you're in there, in that elevator, and you know what's happened, and if there's some way the three of us can get together so that nobody has to get hurt anymore. Listen, all right, we killed his wife. You don't know what she was. You don't know what she was.
Janice. Janice, what do you do?
Maybe we can reason with him if he's in there. Maybe all we have to do is explain why it happened, and maybe tell him Kill him, we're not so bad.
Look, you know what, Janice? There's no one in there.
There is. I know it, Harry.
All right, I'll find out for sure. Come on, we'll go upstairs up to the second floor. I got a way to make sure.
How?
I'll climb down into the elevator from the second floor. There's a little trap door on top. I'll open it, strike a match, I'll find out. Come on.
You got matches, Harry?
I'll use my lighter. My lighter. There. Got the trap door open.
Can you see him?
Oh, wait. There. Now I'm going to have to...
Harry! Harry, what is it? What's the matter? Harry!
He's in there, James. He's in there. He grabbed my arm. I reached in with the light. He's in there.
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
Oh,
You've
just
got to
leave
kill
me
him!
alone. Get away from me. Leave me alone,
He
will
knows
you?
we've got to...
Get away from me!
Harry! Harry!
All right now. Janice!
I'll try to.
It's all right now. It's all right that he's in there.
What do you mean?
We killed my wife. We were going to take her jewelry. It'd make it look like robbery and murder. It'd make it look like she surprised the thief. She was coming home when the thief was leaving. Yet, don't you see? I'll bring my wife up here to the bedroom. Then I'll throw the jewels in the elevator, empty the gun, throw it in. He'll be the thief, the murderer, trapped in the elevator. Hey, how do you like that, Brewer? You'll be the murderer. How do you like that?
Just do it, Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be all right, Janice.
Just do it. Mister? We know you're in there, mister. Just a couple of feet below. Listen, mister.
What do you want?
Hello, Mr. Paperhanger Brewer.
If you think...
What?
If you think you can get away with this,
I tried to reason with you.
all I wanted you to do was go away.
I talked to your wife.
She was worried, wasn't she?
If you'd listened to me, you could have been home now.
How could I listen to you? What you did.
I tried to explain it to you, and you wouldn't listen.
Mr. Rogers was a married man. You carried on with him, and what you did. You know what?
What?
He shot his wife. But you're as much a murderer.
I know.
How can you expect me to listen to you?
I don't want anybody else to get hurt.
Yeah, I know.
Honest.
The way you said, kill him, meaning me. What about that?
Because you had to act so smart. Because you didn't answer when I talked to you.
I saw you.
What do you mean?
When you were downstairs in the living room. I was lying down on the floor in here, and I saw you. I can't understand how anybody who looks like you can do what you did.
What does your wife look like?
Why?
What do you look like?
See, you don't even know. You don't care what a man looks like. You're going to do what you're going to do.
Yes, I am. Mister. 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 Mr. Paperhanger, I'm talking to you! I'm talking to you! Talking to you!
Give me a hand, Janice. Hey, Janice, what's the matter?
Nothing.
It's almost over. Put her right down here. I got the jewels. Here, hold them a minute.
No, just put them down someplace.
All right. Just want to take the rest of the bullets out of this gun, that's all. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, stop acting like a baby.
What did you have to do that for?
Now, there are no more bullets in the gun. Bullets in the wall. Make this place look like a mess. Like she put up a fight. There. You okay, Janice?
Now, what do you have to do?
Just climb down there again on top of the elevator, that's all. Told you it'll all be over in a minute. Hey, you, Brewer. Not talking, huh? Well, I don't mind. I'm going to give you something, Brewer. Here, jewelry, bracelet and a necklace worth a lot of money, Brewer. And here's a gun, too. Empty. Because it's the one you killed my wife with. Goodbye, Brewer.
So now look what's happened to me. I was papering a house and I got caught in an elevator. Now they're going to blame me for a murder, Mr. Rogers and that girl. And here I am stuck in an elevator and there's nothing I can do about it. They're on the first floor now and he's helping her with her coat. She still looks shaky. I can lie down on the floor and look out through that gap and I can see them. And hey, they're starting to leave. Hey, Mr. Rogers! You're not going to get away with it, Mr. Rogers. Before you go, you'd better think about something. What about the fingerprints? What about the fingerprints on the gun, Mr. Rogers? Yeah, I guess you did, huh? Guess you forgot to wipe them off. Else you'd have walked out of here instead of... Hello, Mr. Rogers. I'm lying down on the floor of the elevator, and I'm looking out of the gap, and I can see you. Hello, miss. I'm in here, and you're out there. But you're the one who's trapped now.
Mr. Brewer...
What is it you want, Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Brewer...
Harry, he's right, isn't he? Your fingerprints are on the gun.
Mr. Brewer, guess we better make some arrangements, shouldn't we? And Janice...
What?
Go down to the basement and shut the elevator door. Then Mr. Brewer will be able to bring the elevator down. Go ahead, Janice. Go on, hurry.
How does it feel?
The first thing I want to tell you is that you can keep the jewels.
How does it feel to be trapped?
Oh, really? Now, we'll talk this over.
Feels terrible, doesn't it?
When you come out of the elevator...
I don't think so. I don't know whether I'm going to come out or not. Not now.
It's closed, Harry.
Well, come on up.
All I have to do is keep my finger on this emergency stop button, and you can't move this elevator an inch.
Now, let's be reasonable.
You killed your wife, Mr. Rogers. How do I know what else you got down there you might kill me with?
Oh, do you think I'd...
Now, you know what a silly question that is, don't you? Look, I got this gun of yours, and it's proof you killed her. No amount of arguing you can think of can change that.
Money. Do you want money?
I don't think money's important right now.
Well, why isn't he...
He won't come out.
What?
No, sir. I'm not coming out. I got you two where I want you, and I'm not moving.
Janice, tell him how rich I am. Tell him what I can do for him.
Harry.
Come on, tell him.
Harry.
All the things I can do for him.
Harry!
Cut it out.
All the things you can do. Look at what you can do. All the things you can do.
Stop
Look
it.
at what
Stop
you
it.
can do.
Shut up.
Oh.
Shut up. Shut up. Janice, shut up. Janice. Oh, Janice, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. You're all right, aren't you? Oh, dead. Oh, no. Are you dead, Janice? Dead, Janice. Dead, Janice. Dead, Janice. Dead. Oh, no.
Hello, Norma. Jerry, dear. No, everything's fine. Yeah, just a little while. No, really, everything's fine. I'll tell you about it when I get home. Well, I got stuck in an elevator, is all. I said I got stuck in an elevator. No, really.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Dick Haymes. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. Next week, a terrifying tale about a man who was able to foresee the future and found in it his own violent death. It's called Vision of Death. Our star, Mr. Ronald Colman. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Pigeon in the Cage was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's play, Charlotte Lawrence was Janice and Joseph Kearns was Harry. And remember, next week, Mr. Ronald Colman in Vision of Death.
You can buy Autolite electrical parts, Autolite Stay Full batteries, and Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. You get a call from the receiving hospital in your city. A dead body has been left in the hospital elevator. There's no lead to the identity of the corpse. There's no apparent cause of death. Your job, investigate. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, November 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch at a homicide detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 11:28 p.m. when we got to the 3rd floor at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, Dr. Terrell's office.
Friday, glad to see you. Been waiting for you.
We made it as soon as we could, Doctor. I'd like to have you meet my new partner, Bill Lockwood. Dr. Terrell, Bill.
How are you? I think I've seen you around, Lockwood. Yes, sir. How are you?
I understand you got a problem, Doc. What's the story?
Odd one. Happened a few minutes after 11. You want to sit down a minute? I'll fill you in before we go back and take a look at the body.
Thank you very much.
I understand it's a woman, that right? Yeah, Grace Morgan. She's a night nurse on duty. She told me she was sitting at the desk checking over some patients' cards. It was about 5-10 minutes after 11 when she heard the elevator come up.
Mm-hmm.
She heard the elevator stop and the doors open. Kept on checking the cards there, didn't pay any attention to it, and then she realized nobody got out of the elevator. She looked up, and the elevator doors were still open. She saw this young woman slumped over in a wheelchair sitting there in the elevator.
The woman was alone, was she?
That's right. The nurse went over and wheeled her out of the elevator. The woman was wearing a nightgown, a bathrobe over that. She was unconscious. Nurse called me. The two of us took the woman into a treatment room. I examined her. She was dead.
Any indication how long?
Body was still warm. She'd only been dead a short time.
Any idea of the cause of death?
I noticed a couple of abrasions on her right shoulder, another one in the right temporal region. Not positive, but I don't think any of them were severe enough to cause death.
No other markings at all?
No, she seemed to have been in good physical condition. Noticed a strong smell of alcohol, though. Could be she'd been drinking.
Is the nurse pretty sure the woman came up the elevator alone? Possibility one of the attendants might have brought her up?
No, I checked with the attendant on duty down in the first floor lobby, Ray Collins. He didn't bring her up. He said a man came in the lobby about 11 o'clock. Said he had a sick woman out in his car. He asked for a wheelchair to bring her in. Ray asked if he could help, but the man said he'd take care of it. That's all Ray knows about it. He let the man have a wheelchair, then he went in the back room to change some linens on the ambulance stretcher.
Any possibility one of the other attendants might have brought her up in the elevator?
No, Collins was the only attendant on duty.
I'd like to talk to him. Is he still around?
Yeah, I knew you'd want to see him. He was off duty 11:30. I held him over. He's down at the corner having a sandwich. He ought to be back in a few minutes.
And what do you figure, Doctor? Think the woman could have operated the elevator herself?
Possible. Not too probable, though. It's a self-operating elevator, automatic. Someone could have wheeled the woman into the elevator, pushed the button for the third floor, and then stepped back. Would have taken her straight up.
Yeah. The nurse is sure the elevator didn't go back down after it got up here, huh?
Positive. She heard the elevator doors open. They stayed that way. She kept waiting for someone to come out, and that's what attracted her attention.
I see. How about identification? The woman have a purse with her or anything like that, Doc?
No, all she had was what she was wearing, nightgown, slippers, and bathrobe. Let's go back and have a look. I'll show you.
Okay, thank you.
You say the only markings on the body are those abrasions on the shoulder and the forehead.
Yeah, that's right.
And you don't think that's why she's dead? You any ideas at all?
Well, I wouldn't want to say, Lockwood. Strange one. Going to have to wait for the autopsy.
Well, how about the wheelchair the woman came up in, Doc? Where's it now?
Back here in the same room with the body. I gave notice it wasn't to be touched. I knew you'd want to check.
Oh, fine.
In here.
All right, to smoke in here?
Yeah, sure.
Fine. Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Bill?
No.
Over here on the table. Nurse put the woman's clothing over there. Nightgown, slippers, bathrobe.
I see.
Seems to be a fairly young woman.
I'd say in her early 30s. Nice-looking girl. Well-groomed. Notice her hair and fingernails. Well-kept.
And a bruise there on her head. Took a pretty good blow to cause that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, might even be worse than it looks. Hard to say right now. Other abrasions I was telling you about, right here along the clavicle, seem to be fairly distinct. 3 or 4 of them.
That's all of them, huh?
That's it. Like I say, we'll know more after they post the body. Take a look at the clothing over here.
Want to check over the bathrobe, Bill?
Yeah.
There's no label here. Size marking, though. Size 34. Just an ordinary rayon nightgown. Seems to be fairly new. It's not damaged.
Nothing on the bathrobe, Joe. Both pockets empty. No visible markings. Manufacturer's label here. Fairly common trade name.
Laundry marks?
No, none showing. We can have the crime lab check them over. How about the slippers?
No, it's the same. Nothing.
You fellas want me to notify the coroner?
No, we'll get it, Doc. We have to call in for the crime lab crew anyway.
It looks like a rough one. We don't even know what we've got.
I can't figure it. If somebody murdered the woman, why'd they bring her here to die?
Yeah.
If she was sick or hurt and they were worried enough about it to bring her here, why'd they want to get rid of her? Leave her alone in an elevator.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. Somebody's got something to hide.
Sure could use a lead. Man puts her on the elevator and sends her up 3 floors. Don't know who she is, how she died. Don't even know where she came from.
Well, there's no choice. We'll just start at the beginning.
Yeah?
Ground floor. 11:52 p.m. The receiving hospital attendant, Ray Collins, returned, and we interviewed him in Dr. Terrell's office. He told us substantially the same thing the doctor had told us. At a few minutes past 11 o'clock that night, a man entered the lobby of the hospital and asked for a wheelchair to move a patient up to the 3rd floor. Collins stated he gave the man the wheelchair. The man refused his offer of assistance, and Collins went on about his work. He didn't see the patient, and he didn't see any car parked outside, and he was able to give us only a partial description of the man himself. A male Caucasian, about 35 years old, short, heavy build, dark hair. The crew from the crime lab arrived and began their investigation. The body was photographed and fingerprinted, and the wheelchair was also dusted for prints. The clothing was packed up to be taken downtown for further examination. After the men from the crime lab left, Bill Lockwood began a canvass of the immediate neighborhood for possible witnesses. Meantime, I checked with the rest of the hospital personnel and the patients. They could tell me nothing. 12:30 a.m., I met Bill back at Dr. Terrell's office.
How'd you do, Joe? Any luck?
Well, I talked to the nurses and some of the other attendants. They couldn't help any. Checked with the dispatcher on incoming and outgoing ambulances. Nothing there. What about you?
No good. Most of the business places around here are locked up. Talked to the newsboy down at the corner. He was about the only one on the street. He didn't see anything.
It's sure going slow, isn't it? Might give Bergman a call, see if he's got the woman's prints classified yet.
How about the coroner? Show up yet?
Yeah, I think he's in there now. Yes, ma'am. Give me station 2557. Yeah, that's right. Latent prints. Hi, let me talk to Bergman, please. Right. Yeah, Dean, Joe Friday. No, we're still over at the hospital. You do any good on those prints? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what we figured. How about her prints? Mm-hmm. Okay, Dean, thanks. Yeah, right. Well, we're still batting 1,000.
What do you say? They make her prints?
Nothing in records on her. Dean's going to send along a set to Washington, see if they got anything.
How about the wheelchair? Any prints there?
Well, the nurses and Doc Terrell's, that's all. We figured on that, didn't we?
Lousy luck.
Sure is. I checked with missing persons while you were out. There's nothing there either.
Well, that about finishes up here, huh?
Yeah, we better get back to the office.
Joe?
Yeah, Don.
I think I got something for you here.
Yeah?
Nurse at the switchboard got a call a minute ago. Man's voice wanted to know the condition of Carla Cheswick.
Mm-hmm.
Nurse checked the list of patients, didn't find anyone by that name. The man insisted she's here. The nurse asked him what time the woman was admitted to the hospital. He told her 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah?
The man said, I know she's there. I brought her myself.
Along with Dr. Terrell, Bill Lockwood and I went down the hall and talked to the nurse who'd received the phone call. She told us that she tried to question the caller as to his name and his relationship to the alleged patient, Carla Cheswick, but the man refused and hung up. We put in a call to R&I and asked him to run the name for us. There was no one by that name in the files. We went back to the doctor's office and started checking through the telephone directories. In the northwestern section, we found a listing for a Mrs. Carla Z. Cheswick on North Capitol Avenue. We called the number, but there was no answer. Then we checked with the office, told them what we had, and that we were going to follow through on it. 1:18 a.m. It was only a possibility, but it had to be checked out. Bill Lockwood and I left Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, got in the car, and drove out to the address on North Capitol Avenue. It was a large apartment house, fairly new. The name on the mailbox for apartment 18 was Mrs. Carla Cheswick. We rang, but there was no answer. We finally had to get the manager out of bed, a Mrs. Herbert. We identified ourselves and explained the reason for our visit. She got a pass key, showed us upstairs to the second floor, and let us in apartment 18. There was no one there, but there was evidence of a recent party within a matter of hours. Half-filled cocktail glasses, an empty whiskey bottle, a glass bowl containing partially melted ice cubes. An end table in the corner had been overturned. In the bedroom, women's clothing was scattered on the floor and on the dressing table. On the mantel in the living room, there was a picture of a woman.
Did you notice anything unusual about her at that time, Miss Herbert? I mean, anything out of the ordinary?
No, don't think so. She'd been drinking some. I'm pretty sure of that, but that's not unusual for Mrs. Cheswick. She drinks quite a bit. Parties and things. Runs around a lot.
Yes, ma'am. You didn't notice anything about her face? No cuts, bruises, anything like that?
No, nothing like that. Why?
And you told us she had quite a few men friends. Do you know any of their names, where they live?
No, can't say to do. She was just one of the tenants. I didn't try to get acquainted. Didn't have much in common with her. The other tenants didn't either, matter of fact. She kept pretty much to herself, her and her friends.
Mm-hmm. I see. Now, about this party she had last night, Miss Herbert. You say you don't know who was there with her?
No, I'm afraid I don't. When I called her on the phone to ask her to quiet things down, I heard that one man's voice talking. That's about all, though. I couldn't tell you who was there.
Well, is there anyone at all that you know of that was close to her? I mean, someone we could talk to about her.
Well, her husband, I suppose. He's the only one close to her I know. He comes around every month and takes care of the rent. Kind of a peculiar thing, but I never questioned it. I figured it's their business, live and let live.
Do you have any idea where we can find the husband, ma'am?
No, I'm not sure. He works at a machine shop out near Glendale. I have his home address in my rent book downstairs if you want it.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to have that if we could. Would you happen to know how Mrs. Cheswick and her husband got along? I mean, this separation of theirs. Was it friendly, or did they still quarrel quite a bit?
No, as far as I know, they got along all right, as long as they didn't have to live together. Poor Mr. Cheswick, I feel sorry for him. He's going to take it hard. His wife, I don't know whether to blame or pity her. She was a terrible disappointment to him.
That's so?
I had a long talk with him once. Seemed like such a nice man, hard worker. And his wife, he was so disgusted. I mean, drinking all the time, going out with different men. Bitter disappointment. He told me how he felt.
Well, did he seem violent on the subject? I mean, did he feel anger toward his wife? Would you know?
No, just pity. He said he'd rather have her dead than go on the way she was.
We checked through the dead woman's apartment for names and addresses of some of her men friends, but we found nothing. The crew from the crime lab went over the apartment thoroughly. The only evidence found were fingerprints on some of the cocktail glasses. Along with the apartment manager, Mrs. Herbert, we went downstairs and she gave us Mr. Cheswick's home address and also his place of employment. 2:30 a.m. We got to a phone and called Cheswick's home, but the people he was staying with told us that he wasn't there. He was working the all-night shift at a farm implement factory on Glendale Boulevard. 3:05 a.m. Bill and I drove out to the factory and checked with the night personnel superintendent. He directed us to the factory repair shop where Cheswick was employed as a welder. The foreman at the repair shop pointed him out for us. Cheswick was working on the welding line, a tall, thin man, slight build. Bill Lockwood and I went back and introduced ourselves.
Yes, sir. Ernie Cheswick. That's my name. What can I do for you?
I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes if we could. It's about your wife, sir.
Carla? What's the matter? Is she in trouble again?
Well, it might be better if we could step outside and talk. It won't take very long.
All right, I got to finish up this little job here if you don't mind waiting. A couple of pieces of tubing. It won't take a minute.
Sure, you go right ahead.
You might stand back a couple of steps. This thing pops a little.
Okay, thanks.
Ah, too much oxygen. Have to light it again. Yeah, that does it.
Don't look at the flames, Joe. Bad for your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
They're sure in their money, don't they?
Yeah, they seem to. A lot of work.
Finish the second here. Okay, that's got it. Now, what's this about my wife, Sergeant? What's the matter?
We understand you're separated from her, Mr. Cheswick.
Yeah, that's right. About a year ago now. I finally gave it up as a bad job. Wasn't anything I could do for her. Nothing anybody could do for her. Hopeless.
Well, when's the last time you saw her?
First of the month. Went by to pay her rent. Dropped in to say hello, that's all. I stay away as much as I can. No good bum, that's about all you can say about her. Shame to admit I was even married to her. Why do you ask, anyway?
Your wife's dead, Mr. Cheswick.
Huh?
Yes, sir. She died late last night. Found her at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
Oh. Guess I've been expecting something like that. I can't feel sorry. Probably the best thing for her. How'd it happen?
Well, we're not sure. I wonder if we could step outside. Sure be a lot easier to talk, wouldn't it?
Yeah, all right.
Fine.
Over here, we can duck out the back way.
Okay.
You say they found her at Georgia Street, huh? What was it? She in an accident?
Oh, so it doesn't look like that. We're going to have to wait for the coroner's report. What time do you check in at night for work, Mr. Cheswick?
You're supposed to be on the job by 10 o'clock. I punched in before that tonight. Why?
A routine question. I suppose the men around the plant will vouch for you. You checked in at 10 and you've been here ever since?
Yeah, that's right. You can ask any of them. What's the pitch? You think I had something to do with it? Carla getting killed?
Well, we didn't say that, Cheswick. Your wife's dead, and we have to check on all the leads, all the possible suspects.
Well, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't have anything to do with it. She wasn't well. I lived 9 years with her. Lousiest 9 years of my life. Booze, parties, going out all the time. She wasn't a wife. She didn't know what the word meant.
I understand she'd been running around with different men lately. Do you happen to know any of them?
No, I don't know. I couldn't care less. Stupid dame, Sergeant. That's the easiest way you can let her off. I tried to make a go of it. Wasn't any good. I worked for her, tried to give her everything she wanted. Didn't make any difference.
Yeah?
She was a bum. Some of them must be born that way, a bum dame. I could have killed her. I had reason enough to. I didn't.
How about your wife's drinking habits? She do most of it at home, or did she go out to bars?
Always at the bar. Only one place she ever went to. Place on 8th and Rosewood, right on the corner. Went there all the time, 6, 7 nights a week. She'd hang over the bar all night. How'd you like to put up with that for 9 years, huh? Drinking, going off somewhere on weekend.
Well, how come it lasted that long, Cheswick?
I don't know. I guess I should have had my head examined. Just a bum. I figured I could change her. Kept trying. Never worked out. After the drinking, she'd have these terrific headaches. It'd make her sick. I'd stay home from work and take care of her, wait on her hand and foot. She always made promises, nothing but a liar. As soon as she got well, she'd start it all over again. Same thing.
Yeah.
Just a bum, a tramp. No good at all, no good. Just a tramp, no good tramp.
Cheswick? Mr. Cheswick, is there anything we can do?
Carla. She's dead. Carla.
When the dead woman's husband, Ernest Cheswick, recovered, we continued questioning him, but we got nowhere. Before we left the plant, we checked his time card, talked to the machine shop foreman and some of the men Cheswick worked with. We got the same story all along the line. Cheswick had showed up for work at 9:46 p.m. the night before and had not left the plant since that time. 4:35 a.m. Bill and I got in the car, drove back to the office, and typed up a 15.7 report for Captain Lorman. 8:30 a.m., over in the county morgue, the body of Mrs. Cheswick was being posted. A few minutes past 10 a.m., Bill Lockwood and I drove out to a bar on the corner of 8th and Rosewood, the same bar where Ernest Cheswick told us his wife did most of her drinking. It was a typical neighborhood cocktail lounge in the early morning. 2 customers sipping beer at the far end of the bar. The manager busy washing glasses and bringing in supplies. We called him over and identified ourselves.
Popular girl. Married old Ernie Cheswick. They're separated now.
Yeah, well, do you know if she was in here last night?
That's right, she was. Hardly misses night. Why?
Would you happen to know about what time she left last night?
8:30, about that. You might ask that fellow there down at the end of the bar. He'd know better than me.
Well, how's that?
He left with her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
November 10th, Thursday, 10:14 a.m. The manager of the cocktail lounge pointed out the man at the end of the bar who was supposed to have left the place shortly after 8 o'clock the night before with the dead woman, Carla Cheswick. Bill Lockwood and I went up to the man, identified ourselves, and questioned him briefly. He appeared tense and highly nervous. He told us his name was John Gables, an assistant sales manager for a downtown jewelry concern. He didn't deny that he was in the bar the night before, but he refused to admit that he left with Mrs. Cheswick. He insisted he didn't even know her. We asked him to account for how he spent his time the night before, but he refused. We got in the car and drove downtown to the city hall. While Bill took the suspect to the interrogation room, I stopped by the R&I counter and had to make a run on Gables. He had no previous criminal record. I called the morgue, but there was no report on the autopsy yet. 10:52 a.m. I signed in at the office, briefed Captain Lorman on the developments, and then I headed down the hall for the interrogation room.
We had a couple of drinks together, and that's all there was to it. You can ask anybody who was there. She got up and left by herself. I didn't go with her.
And Joe.
Yeah.
Gables here was just telling me he did see Mrs. Cheswick in the bar last night. Had a couple of drinks with her.
Why'd you hold out, Gables? Why couldn't you told us that when we asked you?
I didn't remember then. You came up to me in the bar, started asking questions. I got all rattled. Didn't make any difference, though. I didn't even know her name. Just had those couple of drinks with her, and then she got up and left. That's all. I didn't go out with her.
And the bartender says you did. He's sure of it. Says he can get half a dozen other people to back him up.
Well, he's wrong. He's got to be. He's thinking of somebody else.
Well, if you didn't leave the bar with Ms. Cheswick, when did you leave?
I don't know. About 5 or 10 minutes later, I guess.
Where'd you go then?
Well, I walked around a little bit, got a little fresh air. And I went to a show.
Which one?
I don't remember the name of the place. It's on Rosewood, a couple of blocks down from the bar.
What picture did you see?
I'm not sure. I had a couple of drinks.
You went to the movies? You don't even know what you saw?
Well, I told you I had a couple of drinks. I was feeling pretty good. I just don't remember, that's all.
Not much of an alibi, Gables.
What are you talking about? I don't need an alibi.
A woman's dead, mister. You were with her the last time she was seen alive.
I wasn't with her. I don't care what anybody tells you. I wasn't with her.
This movie you say you went to. What time did you get out?
After midnight, I think. I don't remember.
Where'd you go after that?
Bar, had a few more drinks, and then I went back to my hotel.
Which bar was that?
Place on West 7th. I go there sometimes. I know the bartender.
What time did you leave there?
Closing time, 2 o'clock, and then I went back to my hotel.
You say you know the bartender there. I guess he'd be glad to vouch for you. I mean that you were there when you said you were.
I don't know. Maybe not. He was pretty busy last night. Maybe he didn't notice me.
How about your hotel?
Huh?
The desk clerk. Somebody like that. They should be able to tell what time you got in, don't you think?
Well, they wouldn't know. I always carry my key with me. I go in the side door. They wouldn't know what time I got in.
What are you trying to sell, mister?
What are you talking about?
You knocked around town from 8 o'clock last night till past 2 o'clock this morning. You can't think of anyone that could vouch for you, where you were, what time you got there, what time you left?
I can't think of anybody right now. I don't take down names and addresses every time somebody looks at me. What's the difference anyway? I didn't have anything to do with the girl.
This difference, Gables. The attendant at the hospital, he got a good look at the man who came in and asked for that wheelchair. He gave us the man's description. It fits you pretty close.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. He could make a mistake, too, just like that bartender.
They're all wrong but you. Is that what you're trying to say?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, I only got one thing to say. I had a couple of drinks with Carla last night, and that's all. She left by herself. I didn't even go near the apartment.
How'd you know she had an apartment?
Well, you told me. You said so.
No, we didn't say anything like that.
And I guess I heard it around the bar. Maybe she mentioned to me. Yeah, that's probably it.
Why don't you come off it, Gables?
Come off what? I don't even know what you're getting at.
We want a straight story, and we're not getting it. You told us you didn't even know the Cheswick woman before last night. You didn't even know her name.
That's right.
Then why'd you say Carla just a minute ago? You said I had a couple of drinks with Carla.
I say that?
That's what you said.
Maybe I just hadn't remembered. I was drinking quite a bit, talking to her. Maybe I just remembered it.
Won't do, Gables. Story doesn't hold water. How about it?
I don't know. I was drinking quite a bit. A lot of things I don't remember.
How about giving it to us straight? What do you remember?
I thought about it all night. The more I went over it, the worse it got. I just couldn't remember. I knew what it'd sound like in court. I couldn't tell it that way.
You couldn't tell what?
I didn't kill her. I didn't even touch her. You gotta believe that.
Yeah.
I left the bar with her about 8:15, 8:30. She invited me up to her apartment. She was pretty well gone. Had quite a few drinks.
Mm-hmm.
We got there, had some more to drink, and then Carla got up and started for the kitchen to get some more ice. She tripped, I think, stumbled a little bit, and then she fell down. I think that's the way it was.
All right, go on.
She tried to get up, and then she fell again. Wasn't a bad fall, though. I figured she just passed out. Got some cold towels, ice water. I tried to bring her around. It wasn't any good. She was white as a sheet. I got scared. I didn't know what happened.
What'd you do then?
I don't remember. I just kept trying to bring her around. I don't remember any of it very well. I don't even know why she fell down.
You think you could have hit her, Gables? You think maybe that's why she fell down?
No. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I was mad at her for anything. I think we were having a pretty good time. I just don't remember, that's all. I'm not sure about any of it. Lousy booze, no good at all.
Did you kill her, Gables?
No, Sergeant, I swear it. As far as I can remember, I didn't. We were having a good time. That's all I know. I know I wasn't mad. I'm not a nasty drunk, not as far as I can remember anyway.
What'd you do when you couldn't revive Mrs. Cheswick? You brought her to the hospital?
Yeah, the shape I was in, I couldn't figure anything else to do. I got her in the car, drove her down to Georgia Street. I put her in the elevator, pressed the button, and sent her up. I'm a married man, you know. I didn't want any scandal and didn't want to get involved.
You didn't kill her. Is that what you want us to believe?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember. If I killed her, I think I'd know it. I'm sure I would. I just don't remember.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Interrogation room, Friday talking. Yeah, Arthur. That's so. Just a second. All right, I got a pencil now. Go ahead. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Are you sure? How was that? I see. No possibility, huh? Yeah, I see. Okay, Arthur, thanks a lot. Yeah, sure, we'll pick it up later. Right, bye.
Yeah, Jim?
Coroner's report. Just finished the autopsy. It's all right, Gables.
Huh?
It's all right. It's all cleared up.
What do you mean?
Well, you're free to go if you like. We're not going to hold you.
What's the pitch, Joe?
Coroner's report. Primary cause of death was a massive cerebral hemorrhage into the ventricle.
Could have been a blow on the head, couldn't it? You figure that could have done it?
No. Secondary cause was a brain tumor, a big one. Coroner says she's had it for years. It must have caused her a lot of pain. Probably would have accounted for the drinking.
And the tumor brought on the hemorrhage. That's what's killed her.
That's it. Coroner says erosion of the blood vessel by brain tumor. Probably grew, caused pressure on a blood vessel, finally gave way, caused a hemorrhage, and that killed her.
And she just died. I didn't have anything to do with it. She died and I didn't kill her.
Yes, sir, that's right. You're free to go if you want.
Thank God. You know, officers, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't know the answer. I didn't know if I killed her or not. I really didn't. Drinking so much, I came to, and there she was dead. I didn't know what happened. I really didn't. I didn't know the answer.
Well, you're one up on us, Gables.
Huh?
We thought we did.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Thursday, November 10th, the meeting was held in the office of Captain of Homicide. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, there's not much I can add to what George Fenneman and Hal Gibney have already told you about Fatimas. If you smoke them, I know you'll agree with me that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. If you haven't tried them yet, well, there's only one way to prove it to yourself, and that's to buy a pack and give them a try. I wish you would kind of check up on what we've been telling you. Compare Fatimas with any other king-size cigarette. You'll like Fatima's better flavor and aroma, its extra mild and soothing smoke. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy a pack tomorrow. Fatima.
With the filing of the official autopsy report by the county coroner, John Gables was cleared of all charges. He was released from custody immediately. The death of Mrs. Carla Cheswick was listed as due to natural causes by the coroner's jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year's traffic death toll was 37,500, a 7% increase over 1950. The National Safety Council believes that the best way to promote safety on the road is for each of us to know and obey traffic laws, to read and heed traffic signs. So be careful. The life you save may be your own.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Vic Perrin, and Gwen Delano. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Arlo, what's the best bait to use for bass? I don't know, Hap. Better ask a nycthologist. A nycthologist? An ichthyologist, an expert on fish. When I need information, I believe in going to an expert. That go for spark plug information, too? Sure. And who knows more about the best spark plugs for your car than Autolite ignition engineers, the men who design and build complete ignition systems, used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars.
You mean they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage, eh, Harlow?
Of course, Hap. That's what's made Autolite the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. And it was Autolite engineering know-how that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Man in the Room and the performance of John Lund, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
When I was 10, I first read Edgar Allan Poe's story of the miraculous room. The room whose terrible walls closed slowly in upon their prisoner. Made a deep impression upon me. My most persistent nightmare was that I was the poor devil in the story. I didn't know then that he had been impressed by it, too, and that someday I would actually be the man in the room. Excuse me. Can you tell me what floor Miss Markham is on?
Miss Markham? What do you want with her?
Why, I want her to do some work for me. She does typing, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. 3rd floor. Step in.
Thank you.
You're a writer?
Yes.
What do you write?
Stories, mostly.
Mm-hmm. Sell 'em?
Occasionally.
Hmm. She's down at the end of the hall, where you see the door open.
Thank you very much.
Oh, come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Markham?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I saw your ad in the paper. I thought perhaps you could do some work for me.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Typing? Mimeographing?
Typing. Manuscript.
You're a writer?
Yes.
Oh. Would you shut the door, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. You'll find that I do absolutely perfect work, and at the most reasonable rates. I've had many years of experience, although not in this city. I've just recently moved here. Will you have much for me to do?
Well, that depends. Frankly, Miss Markham, the price is a factor with me. You see, I'm a freelance writer, and at best, that's a precarious occupation.
I see. Well, is 30 cents a page too much?
Why?
25?
I was about to say that 30 seems extremely reasonable.
Well, I've already said 25, so we'll leave it at that.
You're very kind.
Not at all. Excuse me, please.
Was that the elevator man running down the hall?
Why, no, I didn't see anyone. It's been a lovely day, hasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it has.
I think the weather is so perfect here. I know I'm going to love this city. It's so difficult coming to a new place and trying to establish oneself, especially so late in life. But I think things are going to work out fine.
I hope so.
Would you like to leave your manuscript now?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yes, 40 pages. I'll have that ready for you day after tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be fine. I'll come back and pick it up then. I left the office and rang for the elevator. The old man who ran it didn't speak to me on the way down, but I stood in the back of the car and looked him over carefully. He was a funny little old duck, almost dwarf-sized, with shoulders so rounded he was nearly humpbacked. I was sure he was the one who had been listening at the door upstairs. But, after all, it was none of my affair. 2 days later, I returned to the old office building to pick up my manuscript.
You come to pick up your typing?
Yes.
Here it is. She left it for you.
Oh. Well, I've got to go up anyway. I have some more work for Miss Markham.
I'll take it. She don't want to be disturbed.
Well,
Just give it here.
All right. I gave him the manuscript and left. Several days later, when I returned, he had the completed work ready for me, down on the first floor. That's the way it went on the other occasions when I had typing for Miss Markham to do. The old man took it from me downstairs and had it ready for me when I returned. There was always a reason for me not to go upstairs. Miss Markham was working and didn't want to be disturbed. Or she just left for lunch. Or she wasn't down that day because of illness. One day, when I came to pick up some material, the elevator was not down on the first floor, and my curiosity got the better of me. Instead of ringing, I took the stairs and walked up to the third floor.
Oh, it's you.
Where's Miss Markham?
She ain't here. You can see she ain't.
Yes. Are you typing?
Sure. I help her out sometimes. She's sick today.
Oh, I see.
I just finished your story.
That's fine.
It won't sell, though.
What?
I say it won't sell. It's clumsy.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. It's all hodgepodge. You write too fast.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, but if you'll just put it together, I'll send it off anyway.
All right. But it won't sell.
That night at home, I'd been working for hours on a plot for a mystery story. Was having absolutely no luck. I simply couldn't concentrate. Then I had a thought. How would it be to use Miss Markham and the elevator man as a basis for a story? Just take the situation as it stood now and fabricate the rest of the plot from there. Let's see. The old man could have murdered her and hidden the body. possibly he'd done it immediately after I'd seen her last, and she'd been dead all this time. I even made up a fine name for the elevator man. I called him Gracklin. But for the life of me, I couldn't build a story. Why had he killed her? What had he done with the body? The plot wouldn't move. And yet somehow I couldn't discard it and try another. I knew that I was stuck with it until I worked it out. Well, how about the reality? What had happened to Miss Markham? Why hadn't I seen her for over 2 weeks? The only thing to do, I decided, was to find out more about the real situation. Perhaps I could evolve something from that.
Hello?
Hello, George? Bert.
Oh, how are you, Bertie, old boy?
Fine. Listen, George, who does your typing?
My typing? Why, Harrison Lewis.
Oh, yes, at 50 cents a page. I forgot you were rich.
Why?
Well, I thought perhaps you'd seen the same ad in the paper that I did. A Miss Markham. She's been doing some work for me.
Markham? No, I didn't see it. Well, why? Is she any good?
Oh, yes, she's very good.
Well, what does she charge?
30 cents a page.
Hey, that is cheap. Maybe I'll switch. Where's she located?
202 West Olive. Why don't you go up and see her anyway? Let me know what she says.
All right, I'll go in the morning.
Fine. Goodbye, George. The next morning, I called information and got Miss Markham's office number. It was not yet listed in the directory. I called the number, somehow knowing there would be no answer.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Miss Markham?
Yes?
Well, this is Mr. Freeland. I heard you were ill yesterday. Just thought I'd call and see how you were.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm feeling much better today.
Oh, I'm glad. I expect to have some more work for you at the end of the week.
All right. Just bring it in.
I will. And oh, yes, Miss Markham, I haven't received a bill from you yet. Would you send one soon?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Markham.
Goodbye.
I hung up thinking, well, there goes my plot into a cocked hat. I realized then that I had begun to believe something had happened to Miss Markham. Talked myself into it, I guess. Confused the fiction with the reality. But just because she was alive and well, that was no reason why I couldn't still build a good story from the same idea. Now, let's see. Gracklin had killed Miss Markham and hidden the body. But when I called up, she answered. No, I couldn't use that. But wait a minute. Why couldn't I? Why, certainly, there was the twist. Sure. Gracklin gets another woman to impersonate Miss Markham. The only ones he'd have to worry about would be the people who had seen the first Miss Markham. Well, that's the way my story would go anyway. I sat down at my typewriter and made it sing for a couple of hours. The story was coming along fine. Only thing I needed was some background on Gracklin. Well, nothing like the source. At about 4:30 that afternoon, I was down on West Olive Street near the 202 building. At about 5, Gracklin came out and started up the street. He got on a bus, so I looked around for a cab. Cabby, you taken?
Nah, hop in.
Good. Listen, follow that bus, but not too close. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay.
He stayed on that bus all the way to the end of the line. I got out of the cab about a block before the final bus stop and saw the old man get off. It was almost prairie here. Large vacant lots and only a few scattered houses. He entered one of them. After about 20 minutes, when it was getting dark, I walked slowly up to the place. There was a light around and back, and I went quietly along the side of the house to the window. I looked in. There sat Gracklin, bent over a table, writing with a quill pen. But it was the room that surprised me. The walls were filled from floor to ceiling with books. Heavy, scholarly books. And then I saw it. On a smaller table against the wall stood her picture. She was younger in the photo and prettier, but it was unmistakably she. Miss Markham.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, do ichthyologists and zoologists have anything in common?
Well, in a way, Hap, you see, any kind of an ologist is an expert in his field.
Well, I guess that makes you a spark plugologist, hey, Wilcox?
Well, not exactly. I'm more of a gabologist. The real experts are the Autolite ignition engineers. They design and build complete ignition systems for use as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. So naturally, they've built spark plugs that will work as a team with the ignition systems. Spark plugs that are unexcelled for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Sounds logical.
Of course. And these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
They're experts, all right, Harlow.
So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, John Lund, in The Man in the Room, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
In the next morning's mail was her bill. But there was a mistake. She'd charged me 40 cents a page. So I put on my coat and started downtown. As I walked up Olive Street, I wondered if Dragnet would let me up to see Miss Markham. If it were in my story, he couldn't, because I'd immediately recognize her as another woman. 3, please.
Watch your step.
Miss Markham is in today?
Yep.
You know, I haven't seen her for some time. She's always been out or sick or something.
That's so?
Certainly it's so. You were the one who kept telling me.
Oh. Well, I can't remember everybody who comes in here.
Oh, I shouldn't think it would be too hard. I'll bet not over 10 people a day come in here. This is the most deserted office building I've ever seen.
Well, sometimes it is a little quiet. You know where it is?
Yes.
Come in.
Miss Markham. You are Miss Markham.
Yes, of course. What?
Oh, no reason. I'm a little confused. Been writing too much lately, I guess.
Oh.
Well, the reason I came down is because of your bill.
There's a mistake.
But don't you remember you said you were going to charge me 25 cents a page? But your bill says 40.
Oh, yes, I do remember now. That's right, 25. The error is mine. I'll change it. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't worried about it. If you'd like to refigure it, I can leave you a check right now.
Do you possibly have the cash?
Well, let's see. Yes? Yes, I think I do. Would you prefer that?
If you don't mind.
I paid the bill and went home. Back to my story. My story that had turned out to be pure fiction after all. Miss Markham was alive and well and back in her office, looking just as she had the first time I saw her. Well, I had used all of the real situation I could, and from now on I was operating on pure imagination. Let's see. Hey, wait a minute. Just because she looks the same doesn't mean she's the same woman. She was a twin, see? The first Miss Markham's twin sister, and Dragnet was, their brother. Why had he killed the first Miss Markham? Well, for money, her life savings. That was always a good motive. And the twin sister was in on it and would split with him. Fine. I rattled off the story and the next morning brought it in to be typed.
Good morning, Mr. Freeland.
Good morning, Miss Markham. Got another story for you.
Oh, well, I'm not sure that I can start on anything right now. I'm closing up the office, you know.
Oh?
Oh, yes, this climate doesn't agree with me at all. As a matter of fact, I never did like city life.
You've evidently changed your mind about things.
I beg your pardon?
Remember the first day you came up here? You were telling me how well you liked our city and the weather?
Oh, yes. Well, you can always depend on a woman, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I really wish you could finish this story for me. It's not very long.
Oh?
Only about 28 pages.
I see. Well, perhaps I can rush it out. I sort of feel that I owe you something anyway.
Why?
For being so nice about that mistake I made on your bill.
Oh, that was nothing.
Well, leave the manuscript here, and I'll try to have it done by tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's my last day. Come in about 2 o'clock.
Right. And thanks a lot, Miss Markham. The next day was Saturday. And if the building had seemed deserted on other days, it had really been a beehive compared to 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Now it was a morgue. When I entered Miss Markham's office, she was standing there holding a sheaf of papers.
Mr. Freeland, where did you ever get the idea for that story?
Oh, well, I hope it didn't disturb you, but I was desperate for a plot, and I guess I just let my imagination run wild.
I see. Well, I'll just put it in an envelope.
Thank you. And I'll pay you now because I probably won't see you again.
That's right. You probably won't. Well, I guess I'll just say goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Markham, and good luck.
Thank you. And the same to you.
Gracklin was waiting for me there on the 3rd floor. He had probably just stayed there while I was in the office. I got in the elevator, and he closed the door.
Get your story, Mr. Freeland?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Not a bad story. Miss Markham let me read it.
Oh?
But it needs rewriting.
Was that so?
Yes. Like I told you before, Mr. Freeland, you write too fast. You aren't careful enough with reality.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, now that part about hiding the body in the elevator shaft, for instance, you almost had a good thing there, but I could tell you've never been in an elevator shaft. Have you?
Why, no. You've passed the 1st floor.
Let's go down a bit. I'd like to show you something. This is the basement.
Yes, I see.
You notice how the air gets closer as you go down? It's little touches like that make a story real.
Yes.
Sub-basement. Mr. Freeland, would you like to see what an elevator shaft looks like?
Well,
Come on, it's very interesting, especially for a writer.
All right.
Fine, follow me. Now, we'll just go down these stairs on your left. There's only a few of them, but they're kind of dark. Be careful.
I will.
Wouldn't want you to fall. Now, we go through this little steel door. After you, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you.
See, this is what the bottom of an elevator shaft looks like.
Yes, it is interesting.
You could make all kinds of noise down here, and no one would know.
Well.
Now, about your story. You had me, Gracklin, bury the woman in the floor of the shaft. Now, that would never do.
No?
No. If you dug a grave down here, the inspector would find it in a minute.
Oh.
Yes. The inspector's very sharp. Very sharp. But in the wall.
The wall?
Yes. See those bricks? Now, if I go to exactly the right place, look, I can pull several of them right out. And after I've got all the loose ones out, there's a regular cavity been dug out behind them. Come here. Look for yourself.
Miss Markham!
Yes. See how snugly she fits in there? I spent a long time digging that hole.
She's dead. You killed her.
Yes. Didn't you really know? I'll just put these bricks back now. You had some of the things quite right. The woman upstairs is Millie, her twin sister. This one's name is Dorothy. I married Dorothy, but I should have married Millie. You see, Mr. Freeland, I am a writer, too. More than a writer, a poet. But I didn't sell anything, and Dorothy lost faith in me. She typed stories for hacks like yourself, while I had to turn to running an elevator. She caused me to lose faith in myself. Finally, Dorothy left me and came here. I followed her and got a job in the same building. At last, I did what I'd wanted to do for years. I killed her. When I told Millie, she said I'd done quite right, and she came here to help me.
You're insane.
No, Mr. Freeland. I am a poet.
I'm getting out of here.
No, I don't think you are, Mr. Freeland. Are you surprised how strong I am? I've done many things in my time, even if it waits in a circus.
You madman.
No, don't try to get up, Mr. Freeland, or I'll just have to knock you down again. You see, I've got something quite interesting in store for you. You remember Edgar Allan Poe's wonderful story about the man in the room that got smaller and smaller until it would crush the life out of him?
What are you talking about?
Well, Mr. Freeland, I have such a room. You're in it now. The walls won't move, but the ceiling will. Look above you. Most elevators won't go all the way to the bottom of the shaft, but this one will. I fixed it.
Get out of my way, you lunatic!
I warned you, Mr. Freeland!
He hit me a crushing blow, and I dropped to the ground, stunned.
And you were wrong on my name. It's Al Jones.
Then he jumped out of the door and slammed it shut. I staggered to it, but there was no knob or latch of any kind on the inside. It was smooth and flush with the wall. I heard his footsteps running up the stairs. Then I heard them above me, in the elevator. Then came a sound that drove me to panic. Racklin, stop! You'll never get away with 2 murders. You'll go to the electric chair. Racklin! Listen. I won't tell anybody about Miss Markham. I'll tear up the story. Racklin! I sank to my knees. Still it came on. Then I fell flat on my face. And still it came, closer and closer, only inches away now. Desperately, I flung out my arms to flatten myself closer to the ground. And my hand touched the bricks of the wall. Found one of the loose ones. Without knowing what I was doing, I clawed at the loose brick and pulled it out a little. Then, miraculously, the elevator hung suspended. The side of it caught on the brick. But I knew it wouldn't be stopped for long. Already the side of the elevator was grinding into the brick, and in a moment it would break it and come pressing down upon me like an ant. But then, I heard a new sound. The elevator stopped crushing into the brick now and hung motionless. He'd evidently shut off the power. He was trying to make up his mind what to do. Suddenly, the elevator lifted. I saw it going up and up, away from me. And then, I don't remember. I must have fainted. The next thing I knew, 2 policemen were holding me up, asking me questions. I told them something of what had happened. And then I asked them about the elevator man.
Oh, him? Well, we sent him off in the wagon. It was a funny thing. You see, there was this guy from some publisher, I think he was. Came here to tell this elevator guy they'd won some big poetry contest. Well, this fellow from the publisher waited around upstairs and finally started pressing the buzzer. When the elevator came up, the old man jumped out, knocked the publisher guy down, and then went running out into the street. That's when we got him. After we sent him off, we came back to investigate. And we found you.
Really? Really? Well, that's about all there was to it. Except that old Dragnet really was a pretty good writer, I guess. Because I made the changes he suggested. And you know what? I sold the story.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. John Lund.
Hello. Got another poem for you.
Okay.
Harlow Wilcox, the car owner's delight, awoke one night from a deep dream of...
Autolite. But let's be more specific, Hap. I dreamed that every car in America was equipped with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And you know, spark plugs are only one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights.
All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Miss Claire Trevor. The play is called Angel Face, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Man in the Room is an original play written for radio by William Idelson and Mary Castle. John Lund is currently being co-starred with Barbara Stanwyck in the Paramount picture No Man of Her Own. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Boyer, Edward G. Robinson, Jack Carson, and Dennis O'Keefe. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Claire Trevor.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
In spite of better food supplies, millions are still starving in Europe and Japan. The need is particularly acute in Free Berlin. Send your contributions to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.